So let us thank you, Winnie, for this key observation. Oh, now, this is number 3. No. These are not minutes. This is the official opening of the 17th. Item number 3. Please. I recognize the presence of the CPA. I don't know the new, I have not mastered the new nomenclature of the establishment. So I'm an old man. I still go by the old. So correct that. Any other additions or subtractions or observation? Yes.
Paragraph 3, Chairman is missing apostrophe. Chairman's report.
Hey, well noted. That is English. Well noted. Well noted. Now, may I ask any member there to move a motion to adopt the agenda of the day with some amendments? Yes, someone there? Maybe, yes.
Thank you, Chairman Body. Sergeant Otwa Noble Charles, Delegate representing Sierra Castle Training School, Special Forces. With amendments to agenda number 3, I move a motion to adopt the agenda.
Those second the motion. Yes.
Warrant Officer 2, Elimaso Jumba, 2nd Division, Artillery and Air Defense. Seconded.
Thank you. Another one, the second person.
Staff Sergeant Katabaro John Plan, representing 101 GBAD and NMH, seconded.
Thank you very much. The proposed agenda with some corrections has been adopted by the meeting, the AGM. Thank you very much. Now, we have the agenda before us now, then we need to follow it and proceed. My remarks, few remarks are to warmly, on behalf of the board and the entire leadership of Wazalendo Sacco, to warmly welcome you to this 18th annual general meeting of Wazalendo Sacco. I want to thank you. Oh, okay. That's where you tell people who go to churches and those who don't. Next time you are electing a chairman, include that one in the criteria. Who is reading us? A volunteer there, thank you.
Warrant Officer 2, Elimaso Jumba, Artillery and Air Defense for the prayer. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we thank you for this wonderful morning. You created all the days, but you separated a special one and called it today. King of glory, we are gathered here for a mission. It might look a human mission, but specifically purposed by you. We call upon your Holy Spirit for guidance, King of glory. Whatever will be discussed here, King of glory, let it not be from our own heads and understandings, Let it be guided by your Holy Spirit. Job chapter 1 verse 5, King of Glory. It says, as the sons of God were gathered, even those of the devil were in. King of Glory, we are given power in Matthew chapter 17 verse 17, King of Glory, that whatever we shall pray, we shall be given to. King of Glory, we rebuke all the powers of the evil one that are ready to sabotage this meeting. However, we call upon the powers of the Holy Spirit to lead us through the right way. Guide our leaders, guide us, King of Glory, that at the end of the time, we shall live glorifying your name. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, everybody say.
Once again, good morning, members of Wazalendo Sacco AGM. I want, as I had earlier said, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the entire leadership of Wazalendo Sacco, that is the board and management, to warmly welcome you here today and thank you for honoring our invitation and come and attend this very, very important meeting. I have a statement, a prepared statement. It is, I think, from who is it? It is from page 29 to page 31. It is in the book, in the bigger book, so you can read it. That would be too much for me. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to make a few remarks in a form of a summary. That one you can take it, read it, and then if you have any questions, you can always look for me and send me those observations. Mine is a statement, but I'm here to present to you a report. And this whole book you see contains an AGM report. Now, they are put together. They form a report about this AGM. And I'm here because AGM, you'll find there is a statement by the CEO. You'll find there is analysis of every detail of what we do contained in this. So, but together, it is a report to you by Wazalendo Sacco leadership. And AGM is a function of the board. And I'm here before you to present this whole report. So the rest you will hear or you will read, but you will hear from the different presenters presenting pieces of this compiled report. Whatever we do in this, when you elected us and we appointed management, we follow three main things. One is our vision. Where is it? Page what? Page 12 of of this book, I want to take you back to our vision, mission, and mandate. Our vision is to be a strong and self-sustaining Sacco that drives the development of its members. As simple as that. If I may repeat, to be a strong and self-sustaining Sacco that drives the development of its members. What is our mission? Our mission is to mobilize funds in order to provide affordable financial services that effectively improve members' welfare. This is our vision. We have the mandate as the leadership. Our mandate is to improve members' welfare through providing financial services and solutions that enable members to engage in productive activities for wealth creation. This mandate provides us with a compass of everything that we do in terms of how we manage our business, the decisions that we make, and how we handle relationships with the members and other stakeholders. That is what we do. So whatever we do, we follow these three areas. What is our mandate? What is our vision? What is our mission? To be able to achieve this, we normally come up with a 5-year strategic plan. A 5-year strategic plan. From the 5-year strategic plan, we draw a 3-year business plan. So that is how we do our work. So therefore, whatever is contained here, it follows exactly that roadmap. That is what gives us our direction. So therefore, when you see, or when people present here, you will get to understand what we do. Now, when you read the details of this booklet, you will find we are on track. The Sacco has really grown. I want you to take note of one thing. When I was reading mission, vision, and mandate, you did not hear something to do with profit. No. A Sacco is not a profit-making entity. It is a welfare organization. But for us, we go an extra mile. After we have satisfied you with the services, we also make money for you. And I'm happy to inform you that this year, through our careful handling of your Sacco, we made, here we are before the cameras, we don't want to use some names which will cause us trouble. So for us, we don't make profit. You press people, don't go and say, Wazalendo Sacco made the profit. Ours is a humble surplus. Ours is a humble surplus. This year, we made a surplus of 72.7 or something billion, not of a million, but billion. After we have served you, after you have, So the Sacco is doing extremely well. We have so far, cumulatively, given you about 2.4 trillion. 2.4 trillion Uganda shillings in form of loans. As we talk now, the money that you still have, how much is the loan portfolio? CEO. As we sit here, all of you, if you know you have a loan, if you are here and you know you have a loan, it totals to 700 and with you. Actually, if you look into this book where the statistics are listed down, you will find your total shares plus the total savings. If you combine our status, all of us, we are over 100,000 now, members. It is less than the loan you have. It is less than 700 and something. So you would wonder, then where do you get? And you keep on taking loans every day. So that is how we really carefully manage your funds. So we need a big hand clap, because that one is the first one. So therefore, to me, I'm not here. I'm here just to give you the overview that your Sacco, actually, whenever we go for continental meeting, there is a continental meeting called ACOSCA. ACOSCA is the organization. Then the meeting is called what? Sacco conference. That is the continental apex body for all SACCOs and cooperatives in Africa. And you heard we are number 6. And those we are behind are 5 all Kenyan SACCOs which were formed in 1970s. They are about 33 years older than us. But we are, and the CEO of ACOSCA is a Kenyan. So every time we are in a meeting, actually people now have developed bias about us. The man talks of Wazalendo Sacco, Wazalendo, the growth of Wazalendo. So it is, you know. So that is where we are. Those are the good news I want to give you, that you are doing extremely, the Sacco is doing extremely well. But my concern, and I've been telling you, and I will always tell you, whether you get annoyed with me, whether you don't vote me, whether you chase me, I will always tell you this. This Sacco was not formed or created to grow as a Sacco. No, it was created to make you grow economically and financially. So for me to stand here and keep on mentioning billions, 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 you will see, you will hear, CEO, the kind of billions he will mention here. For us, we last mentioned millions, I think, when Comrade Moses was the chairman, because it had just started. Even at that time. But where is these billions in our lives? That is what is important. The other day I was telling some people, some members, I'm doing a research, I'm investigating. The national census now reveals that 39% of Ugandans are still very poor. They are below poverty, they are outside the money economy. They work for eating only. So the investigations I'm carrying out is to know how many of the 39% are members of Wazalendo Sacco. I want to find out that one. Because now, government is giving 1 million each of those 39. Me, I'm giving you 2.4 trillion. How can you still be with those people? So I'm investigating that one because my intention is to really find out where is the problem. The Sacco was created therapy and it has grown. Yesterday, I'm not in management, day-to-day management. But the other day I sat with this man, Chibedi, who is the external auditor. Because I was thinking maybe these technical people can be smart and keep on giving me figures. Kumbe, figures don't reflect what is actually in the Sacco. I said, please, can you tell me, is this true? The man said it is true. So, delegates, do you know why you are delegates? Do you know why we incorporated ordinarily members of the command and staff are not supposed to be delegates? But we did incorporate them because of their role in command. Wazalendo Sacco has grown, has come this far because of the command element. So we put you there because of the role you play as commanders. So please help our troops to take advantage of this very fast growing Sacco and grow themselves financially. Finally, the final point I want to touch on is about security. Security. We are here as security officers. Our number one constitutional mandate or obligation or function is to secure Uganda with its borders and the people and their property from any external aggressors. That is our number one constitutional mandate. But after the Cold War, I think it was in 1993, there was a conference, I think in Copenhagen, by UNDP, where countries sat to redefine security after the Cold War. They sat and redefined the security. They shifted from this role I've just mentioned to be the only one to mean security. They came up with 7 clusters of security. They shifted from border security to human security. From border security to human security. They called it freedom from fear to freedom from want. And they identified 7 clusters of human security. Number 1 was political security. You could be having secure borders, but internally, if you are politically unstable, then you cannot talk of security. That is number 1 cluster. Number 2, quickly. Number 2 was economic security. You can have secure borders. No aggression, no aggressor, no aggressors. But when you are economically not stable, then you cannot boost of security. And I want to assure you that this Wazalendo Sacco was actually created to solve that. The other cluster is food security. You can have secure borders, but if you don't have food in your house, are you secure? Certainly you are not secure. Food security. The other one is environmental security. This one we are destroying, we don't know that actually we are going to have it rough. The other one was health security. Of course, if you are sick and you have no treatment, then even if you have your borders secure, then you are not secure yourself. Then there is what they call community security. Community security means there are certain things certain communities believe in. Now, if you, the state, or you, the individual, deny those people, those things, then they are communally insecure. For example, we are in Busoga here. They have a kingdom as Busoga. They believe in their kingdom. Now, if a state or individuals deny them that, then you render them insecure. How many have I mentioned? Those are how many? Have I covered all of them? Those are how many? 6. You can also add the 7. Personal security is the 7th. Personal security. The borders could be secure, but when I'm passing, someone shoots me. Then I cannot say I'm secure. So that is General Gumayo's area of responsibility, so that we are not shot in the streets and in our houses. So those were 7 clusters of the new look of security in terms of human security. So therefore, it is dangerous for us who are supposed to provide security to Ugandans when actually we are not secure in some areas. I don't think you can concentrate on the border very well when you know your children have got issues, have not gone to school, have no food. Therefore, Wazalendo Sacco was formed and created. We have come a long way in to exactly sort of those components of human security, especially economic security and probably food security. So I want to urge you, as I finish, I don't want to talk much. I want to urge you to please utilize, take advantage of this very fast growing circle. This is where our life is. Even if we pause and welcome Afande Peter. Therefore, Wazalendo Sacco was created, was formed to exactly sort of those areas of human security. And I want, therefore, to urge you, to request you, members of the annual general meeting, to take this message, to mobilize our people, sensitize our troops, to hunt for those who come to steal from them. There are money sharks out there who are targeting the troops you command when there are better services here given by their circle. Please, that is my message to you. Otherwise, I want to thank members of Wazalendo Sacco. I want to thank members of Wazalendo Sacco. I'm talking of growth of Wazalendo Sacco. This cannot be possible if members were not actively saving and borrowing and buying shares. So I want to salute them. We are where we are because of the members. I want to thank you, honorable delegates, for the great work you are doing. And because of that work, and because of this need I'm talking about, you will discover in the budget, we have increased the budget for training, to train you and those you read. So you will see that component of budget that aims at continuously training you on how you should help the members to benefit from the Sacco. I want to thank our partners, those we work with, for the great support. I want to thank for all these achievements. I want to thank the management team headed by Colonel Freddy Joseph Onata for the great work. We are reporting what we are reporting because of the management hard work. The leadership, Afande is here, and the entire leadership, you've not had many cases being reported to you that in Wazalendo Sacco there are those staff. No. We cannot allow such a thing to happen. So I want to thank the Colonel Nata, our executive man with the directors and heads of department and all the staff members of Wazalendo Sacco for the job well done. I want to thank Minister of Defense for their and UPDF leadership for your unconditional support in form of advice, in form of everything, any support that you render to us. We are grateful, and like I had already said, Wazalendo Sacco has reached where it is because of the element or component of the command led. So I want to salute you for that support. The final group I want to end with are the torch bearers of this Sacco, the vision bearers, and these are members of the board whom I chair. So I want to thank members of the board. I don't know where they are. Please stand up. They should give you the microphone to mention your names before I sit down. This is the board that I chair, and we always drive the vision, mission, and mandate of this Sacco. We are normally close. We have a very, very cordial working relationship with the management, because if the two, before the board, I want to salute the work of the members of the SUPCO, Supervisory Committee, headed by Colonel Rukundo. There are 3 of them. Their role is to put an eye, whether you are the chairman or board member, are you moving to the right direction? So I want to thank you for the great job. So can you
Lieutenant Colonel Alan Kitanda, I'm the board vice chairperson. Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Jiro Mhendo, incoming Treasurer Board.
Lieutenant Colonel Jagwe Benon Kato, the outgoing treasurer.
Major Peter Metanik Twaire, board member representing Northern Region.
Captain Dasan Bonaniche, I represent Western Region. Major Mariam Kagoro, I represent the lady officers and men.
Captain Isaac Bisaru, board member, Central Region.
Major Norongodia, board member representing Eastern, where we are. Thank you.
Kanudan Tizumayo, I'm the board secretary, Wazalendo Sacco.
Staff Sergeant Usuko Peter, board member representing Western Nile region.
Those are the great members of the board that have, for some time, steered the growth of this Sacco. I remember when I took over as the chairman board, I found we had one cash branch, which was in Bombo. One cash branch. And this is not a long time ago. But the other day, about 4 or 5 days ago, we opened the 10th cash branch in Fort Portal. So from 1, we have 10 now. And out of those 10, 6 are actually not in the barracks, because we have a target. We've been singing, you have not understood it, but for us we have a vision. We want to tap onto the money that is loitering in towns of Uganda and in villages. Not necessarily from soldiers, but from wananchi, because we are now in a position to compete. I'm sorry, we have banks here. We really cooperate, but in cooperation also, you can never stop competition. Because they also go behind us, mobilizing our people. We shall get soft loans, what? Okay, we are also coming to the other population, and we see. So we think, so we are having branches that are outside the barracks, because we want our retired generals and officers and soldiers, when they remain in the Sacco, they easily access those branches in towns. They don't have to go to quarter guard, Kibari, I don't know what. And then, of course, the population. So please, Wazalendo Sacco, I repeat, is growing. And actually, we are appealing to you. You no longer need to have your salaries in these commercial banks. Why do you deny your bank to grow? And you take your money to, okay, our friends. But, so please, we are now in position to manage your salaries, our salaries, and grow our Sacco, and grow our welfare, and grow our financial capacities to the level we want. I wish you all the best. I wish you a fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Wazalendo wa NRA pamoja, ushindi wetu ni wa lazima. Wazalendo pamoja, wazalendo pamoja, ushindi wetu ni wa lazima. Siku yalikufa kwa mapambano, ushindi wetu ni wa lazima.
Okay, let us proceed. And I want to inform you that this meeting is not going to go beyond 1, because we are now going to run through, because here we don't go into details, because we spent a lot of resources coming to you for pre-AGM meetings. Because here we have guests, we have visitors, we have, you know, that's why we give you that opportunity. That's why we spend on coming to you. We presented the entire book to you, and you asked questions, and we answered those we did not answer. We promised you to answer. And so here it is just a a ceremony that we run through, and we should be done by lunchtime. And now the next item will be reviewing the minutes and matters arising. And these ones, we need them in just a summary. You go page by page. If there are observations, then we move. Thank you.
Chief guest, sir, general officers present, commander and staff, senior officers, chairman board, the CEO, invited guests, honorable delegates, the board of directors, supervisory board, management, all protocol observed. My names are Colonel Dan Tizhuayo. I'm the board secretary of Wazalendo Sacco. And on the guidance of the chairman, we are not going to take long in reviewing these minutes, the previous minutes of the last AGM.
Members, the minutes are contained in the small
Yeah, so look at page 4 of these small booklets, and we are going to flash this on the screen. I'll just go summarizing each paragraph. And if there is any observation or any amendment you want to make to these minutes, please feel free to raise them so that we go through this quickly. The first minute was adopting, was a prayer, which the chairman, I think, guided that next time we should begin by adopting the agenda, then we go into prayer. The second one was adoption of the agenda. Go to the text. And I think that was clear. Third, it was official opening of the meeting by the chairman board. The fourth was the chairman's report, and a summary of this was, he talked about our theme then, which was growing membership for sustainability. He further went in the next paragraph to talk about the mission and vision. In paragraph 7, he talked about improving members' welfare and opening of the cash branches he has alluded to in his speech today. And also, he informed the meeting that our loan size now stretches up to 350 million. So a member can borrow up to 350 million. In the 8th paragraph, he talked about the common bond, which we are going to look at later in our proposals. And in the 9th paragraph, he talked of the obligations of members. As members, you must be ethical, honest, faithful, and you must observe the bylaws and the codes of conduct. In the 10th paragraph, he talked about education, which he also alluded to today. You should improve on your education by joining these trainings that are all over in Akoska, Saka, and all that. Then in the 11th paragraph, he talked about avoiding overspending and spending in luxuries. He also talked about investing wisely. We went on to talk about maximizing members' value by opening up new ventures. As you notice on our agenda, we have a presentation by the Managing Director of Wazalendo Investment Limited. These are the new ventures that we've come up with. Then he talked about Wazalendo giving affordable loans. Affordable in the sense that we give loans that give a low interest rate. That will be explained by the CEO. And he also advised on continuing to save and borrow and investing wisely. I won't go much into the presentation of the reports.
Out of that, each share got 1,635 shillings. In 2022, from the surplus of 60 billion, after making statutory reductions, again, we made a 40% payout ratio. And this one led into a dividend per share of 1,736 shillings. Now, in 2023, the board is proposing to pay a dividend per shilling of 1,977 shillings. Now, if you get a percentage growth in this, in terms of the share price, our share price is 15,000. Now, when you look at 1,900, that is about 13% of the share price, the share value, in terms of dividend. Now, a good investor will compare this with what is happening on the other accounts of retirement, ordinary savings and the like, and it would be buying more shares because you can see the rate at which it is growing. It's almost exponential. Now, we expect to do better business this year, and this dividend will grow. Now, contribution to government in terms of taxes, in 2021, we paid 1.1 billion. In 2022, this only pay our employees, the civilians. We paid 1.4 billion, but also there was an element of withholding tax that we paid to URA of 1.4 billion. If I was to report then, it would have been 2.8, but we are talking about pay here. And then 1.2 billion is what we paid in 2021. However, I want to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the Ministry of Defense, and in particular the Office of the CDF. There has been an outstanding issue of the withholding taxes. It was outstanding in 2015, whereby the President had given a directive, and in his directive, he said Wazalendo Sacco should not be taxed at all. Because according to the President, the soldiers offer a unique service to this country, and therefore they should be recognized and rewarded for that. And giving them a tax exemption should have been one of those rewards that we get. Unfortunately, the word of the President reached URA, and they wrote to the minister and said, the word of the President is not law. So what we said, we shall appeal back to the same authority. So the President now wrote back to them. He said his position still stands, and we have enough lawyers in this country to review the laws. Even if it means amending the law, the matter should be tabled to cabinet and the amendment made. Now, in 2021, we wrote back. 2022, we wrote back. And last year, we wrote back again. And now the minister, the President wrote again that the matter be tabled in cabinet. Now, the Minister of Finance, when he received that directive from the President, asked the Attorney General to advise the issue of the tax exemption for Wazalendo Sacco. Here we were appealing for exemption on withholding tax on dividends and withholding tax on the interest that we pay to our members. I want to report to you that the Attorney General has advised that from the point of view of Article 21, Section 1 of the Income Tax Act, the taxes of withholding taxes on dividends and withholding tax on interest stands as exempt, not just for only Wazalendo Sacco, but also for all other Sacco in this country. So Wazalendo Sacco will lead the way to fight, the rest benefit from us. If in that case they tell I Jangare Miebe, others will pick. Alice knows that. Alice elaborate. I Janguni Anepande, they know that. I Janguni Miebe.
On that,
that you go,
on that point, Madam Chair should do something about Wazalendo Sacco, because we are helping her in managing some of the her circles.
So we take the tree, the mangoes fall down, others pick. So that is the spirit within which, when we talk about a single regulator.
CEO, 3 minutes to go.
I'm almost done. That is the spirit within which you say that we want a single regulator, so that these big circles can be there to advocate for the young ones. Left on their own, there will be nobody to fight for them. And Wazalendo Sacco will lead that way. We are together with you. So that is, as far as my presentation is concerned. The rest of the issues are in the book. And allow me to take this opportunity to introduce the members of staff. At least pass the microphone there quickly. They are not very many. I only want the heads of departments and the directors only. Microphone, please. So, come and pick this microphone. It is here. Use the one of the chairman quickly. Please come here so that members, some of you, you do a lot of work in the background you are never seen. And so if I deny you this opportunity to be seen, you will say, this man, I'm
Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf Magero Buha, and I'm the Director of Finance and Administration in Wazalendo Sacco.
You are the outgoing Director of Finance? Original 27.
Mr. William Atalieva, the Director of Operations.
Lieutenant Colonel
People do
Wesley
this
Aine,
work.
the Head of Human Resources and Administration.
Major Julius Katanaka, the Head of Finance.
Major Livingston Msime, Head Information and Security, but in the UPDF language, I'm the IO Wazalendo Sacco.
Mr. Milton Asimwe, Research and Business Development Manager, standing in for Major David Vituko, who is the head and right now outside the country on unofficial duty.
Major Julius Nirajire, Head of Operations, Wazalendo Sacco.
Major Arthur Kwezi, Head ICT.
Major David Mbire, Head of Business Operations of the Investment Arm.
Elizabeth.
Mbire is part of the regional 30 who formed the Sacco.
Elizabeth Chiza, Mrs. Head of Internal Audit.
I'm Captain Brenda Oriemanying, PC, Acting PC Wazalendo Sacco.
Major Tony Abichilama, the Admin Officer Wazalendo Sacco.
The one standing there is Major Yahweh. He's our branch manager for Masin. But I also want to introduce, give him the microphone. And then the engineer and Sylvia, please.
Samana Fande, correction. Captain Yahweh, branch manager Masini.
Oh.
Asante sana kwa promotion.
Take the major in blessings. And then we have the other two. Please come over as we conclude. Sylvia and give them the microphone. There are few. Sylvia, Grace. There is our PRO, Charity Namanya. Where is she? Okay.
Sylvia Biekwaso, Finance Manager Reconciliation.
And she's the woman responsible for that book that you are seeing there.
Captain Daniel Masco, the engineer for the Sacco.
So all the beautiful buildings you are seeing, this is the man behind them.
Miss Grace Katshabe, Co-Banking Officer.
Good. So having said that, allow me to take this opportunity to once again thank the MOD and UPDF leadership and all those people who have ever had a chance to lead this Sacco for the job they did and they continue to do. Allow me also to thank the board for giving us an opportunity to express ourselves through our ideas that we give them. And allow me also to thank sister Saccos and partners that have come here to share our joy. And finally, allow me to thank the members of the supervisory committee for the good oversight. The details of my report are there in the book, well written in details. Sir, this is the end of my presentation from management. I thank you all, and allow me to once again introduce these few people who arrived when we are concluding. We have Kabarunji Hilda, from Centenary Bank. Uganda Cooperative Alliance, from Uganda Cooperative Alliance, Secretary, Deputy Secretary. And then we have Masanga Joram. Where is Mr. Masanga Joram? From Stanbic Bank. We have Kabarunji Hilda. Again, this is repeated. This is repeated. Then we have Eldad Karakuza. Nalumu Cooperative Union. Mwalimu Cooperative Union. Karakuza. Walimu Cooperative Union. And those are the ones that we have received. We shall continue recognizing our guests as they come. Allow me once again to thank you all for keeping time and coming to attend the AGM.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO, for that elaborate management report. And we are not going to discuss it now. Those who picked some points, keep them. Let us have more 2 reports, and then we shall give ourselves like 15 minutes to discuss all of them. Now we are going to item 5B, financial accounts 2023 and the budget estimate 2024. May I now invite the Treasury to take us through those 2. Thank you.
Chairman, sir. Deputy CDF, sir. Chairman, sir. Protocol observed. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jagwe Benoni Kato, the outgoing treasurer. I welcome you for this presentation. I have 2. I'm going to present the financial statement for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. Then after, I will present the budget estimate for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. The statement, the financial statement, I'm going to give an overview. The details, it's in a AGM book from page 105 to 163. It's where the financial statements are. And we discussed this financial statement during the pre-AGM in details. I'm going to give just an overview. This is in line with section 29 of Cooperative Society Regulation 1992 that requires the treasurer to prepare and present the financial statement to the members. It covers the income and expenditure, the surplus or loss, assets and liabilities of the society. Therefore, it's my duty to present to you the 18th AGM annual general meeting, the financial statement for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. This financial statement, it's in line with the intent of the founder and your Sacco, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Uganda People's Defense Leadership. It's in line with the vision and mission of Sacco, and also it's guided by the strategic and business plan. It's in line with Cooperative Society Regulations of 1992, not forgetting the International Accounting Standards and the other relevant laws of Uganda, putting into consideration the core values of Sacco. The aim of this presentation is to present the 18th annual general meeting, the financial statement for the financial year ended 31st December 2023 for adoption and approval. To achieve that, this is going to be the scope. This is the scope. The financial statement, the financial performance, they have been highlighted by the CEO. The loan interest income remained our major source of income, contributing 78.7% of the 87.7% of the total operating income. Loan interest increased from 24% by 24% from 70 billion in 2022 to 87.3 billion in 2023. And this was mainly due to increase in loan disbursement, introduction of cash flow loan, and better portfolio management, among others. The total operating income increased by 29%, or from 95.8 billion in 2022 to 123.9 billion in 2023. Total operating expenditure increased by 30%, from 17.9 billion in 2022 to 23.3 billion in 2023. This was mainly due to increase in branch outreach. We have extended our branches to 10 branches, cash branches. Now we have 10. Then ICT, that is information, communication, and technology related expenditure. Then operationalization of Wazalendo Investment Limited. The net surplus increased by 22% from 60 billion in 2022 to 73.3 billion in 2023. And this was majorly due to focused investment, operationalization of will, and better expenditure management. The net surplus, the breakdown, these are consolidated figures. Then I picked out the net surplus for Wazalendo for this year, for 2023. We registered 72.8 billion. Then will, for a period of 6 months, he registered 510 million shillings. The surplus for the year will be partly distributed to members, and balance will be put back into retained earnings for growth, Wazalendo growth, and sustainability. This is, you can see, this is the, continue. You can see how the, okay, this one is what I've been talking about. The interest income increase. This is 2023, this is on my left. The 2022 is on my right. You can see the movement. Interest income, the total operating income, and total expenditure, plus the net surplus for the year. This is what I've been highlighted. Then also, it can be depicted by the graph. You can see the movement of interest income, total expenditure, and the surplus. I think here what we can depict, it's the control of expenditure. You can see on this graph how the expenditure is growing vis-a-vis others. Continue. Then this one, it depicts the trend which the CEO talked about. You can see the interest, total income, which is on top. It's growing. The interest income is growing. The total expense, the surplus is also growing. But you can see the total expenditure down, which is almost horizontal. You can see the gap between the total expenditure vis-a-vis others. This is better expenditure control. Total assets grow by 24% from 775 billion in 2022 to 959 billion in 2023. This was due to the growth in loan portfolio, increase in investment in fixed deposits, the acquisition of assets such as land and ICT and information communication technology assets, then investment in Wazalendo Investment Limited. Loans and advance has remained our major asset, representing 77% of the total asset. It increased by 18% from 263 billion in 2022 to 737 billion in 2023. Member shares increased by 29% from 351 billion in 2022 to 455 billion in 2023. And this one includes the retirement savings, which grew by 30% from 300 billion in 2022 to 392 billion in 2023. Ordinary savings increased by 23% from 51 billion in 2022 to 63 billion in 2023. Equity and reserve grew by 16% from 376 billion in 2022 to 438 billion in 2023. Total liability increased by 16% from 377 billion in 2022 to 438 billion in 2023. And this was mainly due to increase in members' saving deposits. Because retirement alone contributes over 70% of the liabilities. Then this is an overview of the performance of the statement of financial position. This is the consolidated one of Will and Wazalendo Sacco. You can see the movement in loans and other advances, then total assets, total liabilities, equity, and reserves. Then also can be depicted by the graph. You can see on the graph, continue, on the graph, the movement on the graph for 2022 and 2023 financial years, comparison. The key achievement, growth in total assets by 23%, total assets grew by 23%, increase loan portfolio by 18%, increase in net surplus by 21%. Then we propose to pay 40% of the net surplus as dividend to members. This one is subject to Agm for approval. Then challenges. We have challenges of delinquency, which is a wall of our members after accessing loan from Wazalendo Sacco. Then low levels of financial literacy among members, difficult in implementing, monitoring, and evaluation of members' projects. This is because of our nature of deployment. We are scattered countrywide. It's difficult for us to, more especially for management and the board, to monitor members' projects. Way forward, we propose to increase monitoring and evaluation and research and development. Also request Unity Park to make a consideration when they are recommending members for Wazalendo, for a loan for Wazalendo Sacco, so that we can reduce on members deserting with our money. We will continue to exploit cheap sources of external funding, more especially from Uganda Development Bank and Micro Support Center. We will continue with training of members, board, management, and members, more especially in enterprise selection. This one we did it last year. We will continue to improve service delivery through information, communication, and technology, then also through branch outreach. This is the end of my presentation. for the financial statement. Then in the next presentation, I'm going to present the budget for the financial year 2024. This is what we are projecting. I remain Lieutenant Colonel Jagwe Benon Kato, the outgoing treasurer. I have 2 quotes. Because of time, let us go to introduction. We move to introduction. Okay, this is in line with Cooperative Society Regulation of 1992, Section 28. In this regard, it's my duty to present to the 18th Annual General Meeting the budget estimate for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. And to achieve that, this is going to be my okay, the first quotation, a budget doesn't limit your freedom, it gives you freedom. This is by Rachel Cruz. This means that when you budget, you can control your resources well. It does not mean that you are limited because of the what? The budget. Then too, another quotation, if we command our wealth, we shall be rich and free. If our wealth commands us, we shall be poor indeed. This is by Edmund Bouquet. Then I have introduction. I'm saying this is my presentation. It's in line with regulations, Cooperative Society Regulation of 1992, Section 28. And this is my duty to present to you the 18th Agm budget estimate for the financial year ended 31st December 2024. And to achieve that, this is my scope is as per on the slide. The aim of this presentation is to present to the 18th Annual General Meeting the budget estimate for the financial year ending 31st December 2024 for your adoption and approval. Continue. The budget assumption. These are assumptions which you use to come up with this budget. The assumption number 1, loan interest rate will remain at 12% for agricultural loan products and 13% for other loan products. The loan interest income to remain the main source of income, projected to contribute 71% of the total operating income. The loan interest income projected to grow by 15% from 87 billion in 2023 to 100 billion in 2024. The total expenditure is projected to grow by 27%, which is lower than the last year, which was at 30%, from 22 billion to 28 billion in 2024. The surplus projected to increase by 15% from 73 billion in 2023, then to 84 billion in 2024. Loan portfolio is to remain our major asset, projected to contribute 78% of the total assets. It will grow by 17% from 737 billion in 2023 to 860 in 2024. Total assets projected to grow by 15% from 958 billion in 2023 to 1.1 trillion in 2024. 2024 to be a year for Wazalendo to record a trillion. That is our proposal. We'll be talking of trillion in 2023, 2024. The business will continue to be funded by both equity and reserve. Equity and reserve and liability. Liability includes members' deposits and borrowing in the ratio of 41 to 59. Equity and reserve is projected to grow by 10% from 409 billion in 2023 to 450 billion in 2024. Retirement savings alone is projected to contribute 75% of the total liabilities. Out of these total liabilities, 75% will be from retirement savings alone. Interest paid on retirement savings and the ordinary savings will remain, we project to remain at 7% and 6% respectively. This is the, if we look at the figure, the table, we move to the table. The table, this is the summary of our budget. The details of the budget is from in our annual book, which is from page, you can get it from pages 164 to 167. 164 to 167. This is the summary and overview of the budget. Interest income, we said to move from 87 billion to 100. Total operating income, we remove from 111 to 141. Then total expenditure, we remove from 22 billion to 28 billion. Then surplus, we remove from 72.8. The 72.8, this is for Wazalendo Sacco. It's not a consolidated what? Figure. To 84.4 billion by the end of 2024. Also, this can be depicted by a graph as reflected, where the blue reflects for the financial year 2022 and the orange reflects in the financial year 2023. This is the comparison. Then, loan and advances. Continue. Loan and advances, we are projecting to grow from 737 to 860 billion. Total assets, we are projecting to move from 958 billion to 1.1 trillion. Then, total liability, we are projecting to move from 544 to 657 billion. Then equity and reserve, we are projected to move from 409 billion to 449 billion, 2024. This is also can be depicted by the graph as shown on the slide. Then anticipated challenges. These are the challenges we anticipate. We anticipate increasing competition from other financial institutions. Or I call it cooperation. Cooperation. Increase in global fuel prices, which will affect our operational costs. Then fluctuation in exchange rate, which is likely to affect our operation cost, more especially the ICT-related cost, because this one we pay in dollars. Then also, we expect members to continue deserting with our loans, unless there are measures, because this has been continuous. Wasacco shall, in conclusion, I'm saying Wasacco shall continue pursue its strategic and business objectives in 2024, the board and management are confident that we will remain competitive with increased investment in ICT and branch networking. We are focused on increased productivity and efficiency from better motivated workforce for the future business growth and self-sustainability. Sir, this is the end of my presentation. This is the end of my presentation, sir. Chair. Ending with the quotation.
Thank you very much, Treasurer, for those two very, very, very important reports. I want to make a small adjustment or amendment in the program. Instead of having SUPCO followed by external auditors, I think let us have Wazalendo Investment Arm so that we discuss these reports at once. MD.
And the chair, permit me to recognize protocol as laid down for this meeting. I'm presenting for Wazalendo Investment Limited that the treasurer referred to as WIL. That's the abbreviation. So during the annual general meeting of the 15th annual general meeting, there was a resolution to form a business arm of Wazalendo Sacco that we formed and registered it and incorporated it under the Companies Act as Wazalendo Investment Single Member Company Limited. Single member means that the investment arm is 100% owned and by Wazalendo Sacco. So after that formation, we were given guidelines of the areas that we should invest in, and it included very viable businesses which are viable, but they should also have direct benefits to the members. That's, for example, when you're looking at appraising a business, you look at its profitability and then how it's going to have an impact on a member. So like the chairman board said that he wants to do a research to find out how many people have crossed over the poverty line. For us, we are looking at how we transform members into a middle income class. That is putting them into the generation of income, not just earning to spend. So that business, we are looking at how do we make a member do agricultural loan, use agricultural loan properly? How does a member use Nyumba loan properly? And so our business also is related to our members first before we go to the general public. So we became operationalized in 2023, and we have appraised a number of businesses, and so far we have started one. Among the several businesses is real estate. We have appraised grain processing. We have also appraised insurance, and we are in trade finance, have so far been considered. So my scope today will go for how we got capitalized last year, what we received, and then we shall show what we have done. I know very well that I was introduced as the Director of Finance and Administration for Wazalendo, but I have been also the acting head of the business arm for the last about 1 year in operation. So we are going to look at the opportunities and way forward. I don't have conclusion for this presentation deliberately because this meeting has to conclude on a few things. One is that we have come to ask for more money. The aim of this presentation is to update the annual general meeting on the progress and the future plans of Wazalendo Investment Limited. Capitalization. So far, we have received a total of 12,800 million from Wazalendo Sacco. And this money came in the following streams. We had an account opening of 5 million. Then we got the first initial capital, which came in December 2022 of 2.8. Then we also received additional capital of 4.4 that came in April. Then we received the last capital bit in June 2023. That is 2.1 billion, giving us a total capital received from Wazalendo Sacco of 11 billion shillings. However, the board also said, like Wazalendo benefited from support from the UPDF at the beginning, both in terms of personnel and infrastructure. The board also resolved that the operational expenses of Wazalendo Investment Limited was going to be catered for by Wazalendo Sacco for at least 2 to 3 years. And so we got budget support of 1.4 billion, which made the total remittance to Wazalendo Investment Limited of 12.8 billion. Since we received this money, we have been in business, and you remember the last capital, we received it in June. We've been in business, and from the sale of plots, because we launched the real estate business just before the last AGM. Why did we go for real estate business? One, we have, out of the 2 trillion shillings disbursed, I think we have disbursed about 1.4 billion to Nyumba loan. But information back at the ground where these are supposed to be shows that maybe we don't have these houses to this tune. So what are we doing? We are now saying we want to have the numbers of the really people who are acquiring lots. And I have the numbers here. The really people who have built houses, because these sites are our sites. We are managing them. We are monitoring them. And so we shall be able to tell how many people have taken Nyumba loan and actually they have acquired a plot or they have constructed a what? A building. So far, our income statement, as you can see, from the sale of plots, we got 2.1 billion. And then the direct cost related to this, that is the cost of related to acquiring the sold plots. We had 1.1, including grading, and then we made a gross profit of 1 billion. In that gross profit of 1 billion, we also engaged in contract financing as a company. Straight away, we are starting with diversification. When we sell plots, we don't keep that money, we also invest for us to generate money other than keeping idle capital. And so far, we raised 606 million shillings for that, giving us a total income of 1.6. Our administrative expenses, including marketing, is 860. If you have watched some TVs and New Vision, some newspapers and some radio stations, you will hear Wazalendo Investment Limited sites and the sales and the rest. So that is that. Then Like, I didn't want to give my quote. I believe that if your mother and your father is a Catholic, you only have an option to change to another religion when you reach 18 years. So like Wazalendo is tax exempt. Wazalendo Investment Limited was registered under the Companies Act, and this year alone we are going to pay up to 297 million in taxes. So the leadership and the board, this is a challenge. Like Wazalendo is tax exempt, and I think that is a father and a mother. There is no reason why Wazalendo Investment Limited should be subjected to this tax in the first year of operation, because this has affected our profit to the members to 510 millions. The other side, I have a budget estimate. We are saying if provided the resources we need, next year we should be able to raise about 2 billion shillings in net profit. Our balance sheet is there. Figures have been laid down here. Our balance sheet is at 13 billion and 600 and what? In total assets so far. Next. We have those estates in Matuga Bulamu, in Matuga, Mabanga. We bought 73 acres of land, and we got 521 plots. I was not in CMI, but I want to make this clarification. An acre of land does not create 8 plots. An acre of land, on average, creates between 7 to 8 plots. Why? The road network. In these 73 acres, about 11 acres went into the what? The road network. And you'll see from our pictures, we insist that we should make a difference, that our roads should never be below 6 meters wide. Our roads should never be below 6 meters. So, so far out of the 521 plots, we have sold 154 plots, both to soldiers and to the general public. And you know, we do price discrimination for the reason that this is supposed to benefit members. So the plots in Matuga go for 14.5 million for members of Wazalendo Sacco, and then 16.5 to the general public. The reason we give is very clear, that Wazalendo subsidized the what? By members subsidize themselves by forming a what? A Sacco. However, also at 16.5, I know that members here who have bought these plots, we are still far, far below the market what? The market rates in those areas. That area of Matuga, the plots go for about 19 to 21 what? Millions. In Bulamu, we bought 100 acres, and we have phased the subdivision. So far, we have subdivided 43 acres, and that gave us 309 plots. In the 309 plots, we have so far sold 309 plots, and out of that, we have so far sold 105 plots. In this Bulamu is in Mitiana Road, as you're heading towards after Bujuko. Now, these plots, I want to give another information. It's okay for us to buy land from members of the UPDF and from members of Wazalendo Sacco, but you must meet the guideline. I know there are some people who call and they want us to change this criteria. We don't buy land exceeding 35 kilometers from post office, Kampala. We don't buy land more than 3.5 kilometers from a tarmac road. And because we are considering our members so much, for now we are not buying land of more than 60 millions an acre. Because if we buy any piece of land more than 60 millions an acre, the formula is the cost of land should be 3.5 plots times its selling price. So I know there are people who have called, have said, it's okay, even come here to Nabisojo. Nabisojo, I have land, you just buy it, it will sell, the Chinese are coming. No, we are not going to And so you help us that when you have land, please make sure you measure those what? For now, you measure that criteria. The other one is our plots are Chapa Kungalo. People have already said, why are you paying these people in full? Why don't you first give them half? No. We bought almost 2,000 plots from Jomai, our members, but up to today, some of them have not got what? Titles. Because of that, for us, once you pay for the land in full, in the 14.5 for soldiers, for members, not soldiers, it includes title transfer processing. We don't expect somebody to pay for the plot, and then we give him a genuine title. He reaches somewhere, they give him a fake title, then he comes back. So for that price, we process for you the title. That's why you see that picture. We are handing over those titles to the what? To the people who have bought land from us. For the civilians, the public, if you buy land from us and you want us to process for you a title, we do it for a fee, but still that fee is not even the fee that you pay when you use these other people. So that is our status in terms of land. That is how our sites look like. Now, when you go to these sites, we have all our people. The roads are gazetted and registered by the municipal authorities. We have big roads in Nasana, now named in the names of our historical patrons. Afande Kale, you have a very big road there. It's called General Kale Kehura Road, very huge. Afande Aronda has a very big road. The former chairman, CEO has a very big road. I think Afande Kavuma has not yet got. When we buy the next one, we are going to put him. But we have roads, we have Union Road, we have we use patriotic names for this road, and they are well registered. Nobody is going to encroach on them. And we shall continue adding those roads. So that is the shape of our Matuga Mabanga estate. That is our first phase of Bulamu. There are 96 plots there, and we have so far sold 83. There are 13 to go. And then this is the newly subdivided 30 acres, which we have sold, I think, 27 plots out of that. Bulamu has slightly caught up faster because the price is 9.5 for our members and 11.5 for the civilian community. The roads still remain the same. The other one, we have a way forward. When we got into this beautiful picture is what we are thinking. That's why we put it there. Don't say it's one of our estates. We want to look like that in the nearest future. So we want to expand our real estate sites, and the reason is very simple. I have very many customers who have told me the ones from Tororo are waiting for a site along Tororo Road. The ones from Mumbarara are waiting for a site along Masaka Road. The ones from Kayunga, they are waiting for. So we have no choice. We made some bit of error, which is also very beneficial, that we bought big sites. But going forward, we want to reduce the sites to at least 30, 40 acres, though there is also a challenge of finding a genuine land. So imagine you found 100 acres of genuine land, but now you're curtailed by wanting to spread only 30 to the different locations. And so when you sell it very fast, then tomorrow you have to find another site in that what? In that area. So there is a trade-off between buying big chunks of land and buying also small what? Small chunks of land to spread. But that we can work around. So the other one is we want to introduce a road unit. A road unit. So for acquisition of site, this is it.
Maximum of 3 minutes to go, please.
Okay. We have to go get land in eastern route, southern route, central, western, that is Kakiri, and Etebe Road, and also in other new cities. So we want to acquire a road unit. This will, one, generate for us revenue in terms of hiring, and also it will save us the cost of maintaining these roads, because every 3 months you need to take a grader for the road to remain what? Operational. And those are the items that we want to acquire, both as a business unit and also with the intention of saving us the cost of what? Operation. We have been doing engagement with partners, and this particular building, if you go to the police headquarters in Aguru, you'll find it there. These are people who are doing low-cost building, and for example, in Matuga, they are looking at doing a 2-bedroom, including the cost of buying the land at 97 million. So we are still engaging with them to see if somebody can benefit from this by going into this low-cost housing. One, it gives us an organized estate. Two, is slightly cheaper, because if you remove the cost of land, 97 means you are buying this at about 83 million. It has a compound, has a fence. The sample is there at the police headquarters. I think Afando Modin can confirm that. Then we lastly have those even 2-bedroomed, 3-bedroomed. Their prices are all still fair and discounted. Then lastly, we have a plan to engage in agro-processing. And why agro-processing? And I know the biggest fear that everybody is raising is management. But in this country and where we have reached, we have used the same resources to carry Wazalendo from a 0 shilling to a 1 trillion. I don't think we should be still having the worries. And that's why somehow today I never put qualifications when I'm presenting. But I know very well that Wazalendo has 11 certified public accountants, only short of NSSF, the president of the Institute of former, the 8th president. He's here, he can confirm to you. We have 11 certified public accountants. Their job is appraisal, their job is financial management. And I get very somehow disturbed when I get ourselves getting worried of who are the managers. Are we going to be like Jesus, who was never believed in Nazareth? So I think management is not an issue. Every person in that management, if they flash their qualification, we don't have anybody without master's degree and also the experience that it takes to manage these organizations. So we wanted to go into real estate for 2 reasons. We also have agricultural loans. People produce maize. The gap in that market is that there is no storage and there is no system to manage the whole process. And the chairman also said that the other security pillar of food security. All of us who have written papers, who have done what, food security, the issue here is the lack of storage to keep the maize between the time of harvest to the time when there is scarcity. So people are forced to sell these products very fast because the pests are going to eat it up as you're waiting for the market price to what? To change. So we feel like, as Wazalendo Sacco, our members who take agric loans should be able to produce maize and have value to this maize other than selling a kilo of maize at 350,000. I mean at 35,000 a bag. So when we have a modern storage facility, we can have the maize remitted, have the price change, and we give people back a better price at the end of the day. So we have, that is the process that we would want. We want to have site works, we have procure equipment and install them. Next. We have done a number of research on the challenges of this. This is the Ministry of Agriculture plant in Kamuli for animal storage and produce and storage for animal feed and the rest, being done by those people from Germany. So with this, I thank you very much. And as we are going to the proposals under Wazalendo Sacco, these proposals are meant to make us achieve this in our operation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, MD. You have done your self-service in marketing yourself, so thank you very much so far for the work done. About management, we have never lacked qualifications. Being a certified accountant is one thing, but integrity and other things is another. So we really mainly think about the other side, because we have got so many accountants, certified in Uganda, in ministries, in what, but I don't think they are doing very, very, very well because they are certified. So integrity is one thing we need also to look at. I think let us give ourselves about 10 minutes to make comments on these 4 reports. One is the management report. The other one is what? Treasurer's report. Then the budget. Then will. These are just reports. We don't adopt reports. They are given, but you can make a comment, an observation, and but the one we need to approve is the budget. Yes. So we have only 10 minutes for, if there are comments. If there are no comments, because we really discussed these things in detail pre AGM time. Yes, I saw a hand behind there. No? Please turn the microphone on.
Of arms something like 8 billion, but I'm seeing that there's an addition of 3. I wanted you to tell us, if we gave you that 8 billion, can it not be enough for you? That is a question. The second question is, I request my chief executive officer to explain which is which. The dividend per share, I'm seeing 1,777, and then in the other small booklet, I'm seeing...
You are seeing what? You are seeing what?
This booklet we're having, the big one, reading 1,977 per share.
Yes.
Small booklet, I'm seeing 1,975 per share. I wanted the chairman, the chief executive officer, to explain us which is which. Thanks.
Thank you very much for those observations. They are really good ones. I hope the 2 executives have taken note. Another one? I don't see any other. Then may I? Yes. Bring the mic to General Moses, who did not attend pre-AGM. And the front, we invite them, and you refuse to come. And you come here, you take us back. So we are likely not. But for him, I give him a special...
There is no need for a disclaimer. Honorable Chairman, first of all, I would like to thank Wazalendo, the organization, for growing this big. When I left, I was called the wild card. Why? Because I was investing outside. So I am so happy that one of my biggest critics is the chairman of the organization when Will is in place. When I bought the IPO of Stanbic, you guys remember the IPO of Stanbic? Afande Kavumakeman told me in our local language, no fachne sente za serikali. But that IPO, when we sold, we bought our first server, we bought our first pickup, our first minibus for staff. This treasurer was there. This lady
We wanted to first settle and see how the business
works. So for me, I am very happy in that point. Number two, I agree with the people who are complaining to the investment people. 35 kilometers from Post Office Kampala. The next 35 kilometers should be around Kabale, Hoima. I saw a list of Arua, Mbarara. Oh, those days no money there. The next 35 kilometers land should be Kabale, Hoima. So that's all my observation. I congratulate you on the size of this Sacco.
Thank you very
I left
much.
you at 2 billion.
Thank you so much, Comrade General Moses. Now, the two, you answer his observation.
Kopolo Baluku, 1,977 versus 1,975. The 1,975 was a figure that we had captured in our records before the audited accounts. Now, when the audited accounts were done, there were adjustments in our level of surplus. And when we took back the appropriation, it pushed this surplus by 2 shillings, from 1,975 to 1,977. It's 1,977.
$15 billion. That's how the 4 becomes 4.3 added to the 11.6 something to make 15 billion for real estate. And that would be the maximum, the end of capital contribution to the real estate business. Thank you.
Baluku, have you been answered? Hello? Wamekujibu?
I think we proceed. The 2 questions have been answered. Then we need to proceed. And I want to thank Comrade General Moses for appreciating the work you started. That's what succession should be about. You leave something, someone else. So I want to thank those who managed this organization from when Afandekare was the chairman, then he came in and up to where it is now. So I want to ask members to volunteer and move a motion to approve the presented budget. May I have a volunteer? Yes, please.
Sergeant Otwa, Noble Charles, delegate representing Sierra Castle Training School, Special Forces. Once again, I'm proud to move a motion for adoption of the financial report and the budget estimate 2024 on grounds that the 7.3 billion shillings that we made in the financial year ended the 31st December is a good figure, and we appreciate management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those second the motion, yes?
Staff Sergeant Katabora John Plan, seconded.
Thank you. Another one? Yes? Take the microphone, okay.
Lieutenant Salom Sukamuzanganda, seconded.
Thank you very much. The three reports have been adopted, but most importantly, the proposed budget has been approved by the AGM. Thank you very much. We continue with the agenda. Now we go to the auditors, both internal and external. Now I ask the chairman of SUPCO, Kano Rukundo, to present the summary of his report.
Our chief guest, the chairman of the board, generals present, our development partners, members of board, SUPCO management, ladies and gentlemen. Kano Justice Rukundo, the chairman supervisory committee, to give the supervisory committee board's end of year report as per the requirement. As per the Cooperative Societies Act, CAP 122, the Sacco must be member controlled, and the structure of the Sacco to ensure that we have got an annual general meeting of delegates like this, the board like the one we have, the supervisory board which I chair, and the management team. The supervisory board is an independent committee which is answerable to the annual general meeting, which I am fulfilling that duty in accordance with our laws, chapter 10. The supervisory board is responsible for the society's compliance, internal controls and oversight, truth and accuracy of the society's financial condition, and ensuring the society's administrative practices and procedures are adequate to safeguard the members and institutions' rights and interests. The supervisory board, during the previous year, exercised its mandate and successfully did what was required for the financial year ended 31st. The aim of this presentation is to communicate to this annual general meeting the findings of the SUPCO operations, our recommendations, and also opinion on the financial statements of Wazalendo Sacco for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. The scope is as on the PowerPoint. The composition of the supervisory committee: I am the chairperson of the committee. The vice chairperson is Major Alexander Kijuma Asimwe. The secretary is Captain Asha Praise Mbali. The objective of this report, we have three objectives: to report on the compliance of period under review, that is financial year ended 31st December 23. 2, to report on the implementation of the resolution which you gave the board and management to go and implement last AGM. Finally, to give our opinion in regard to the financial statements which have been presented today. The methodology we used was engaging key stakeholders, re-examination and recomputation of the financial data, review of relevant documents from management and board, qualitative observations through branch inspections, and analysis of different reports from different departments and committees. The findings in summary, the first one is on the compliance. Board and management meetings and minutes and other documents by the two organs were in line with all the laws of Wazalendo Sacco, even the bylaws, even the regulations of the cooperative society, even the policies and plans. Financial status. The financial statements presented by management, which we have just seen, and those were in line with the relevant international financial reporting standards and international accounting standards, and the Sacco's accounting policy in all substantial and material aspects. Most importantly, that is the summary which we found from the audited accounts, and they were telling between what the auditors told us and also what the finance department had. It has been given, but most importantly for our side, it is the next slide. That is what management has presented. Ours is evaluation of that performance to the AGM, how they performed, and it is on the slide. Membership, they performed, they had a target of 7,000, they got over 100,000, which was 107.7%. They surpassed the target. Shareholding, they had that target where you see the actual in the third, the second last, that was the target, and the actual which they got, it is 222 billions and plus. So they scored 104.2%. The performance on member deposits and savings and salaries was 117.9%. They superseded their target, as you can see on the chart. The loans dispersed, that's where they fell short. There was little demand for the loans, and therefore they didn't achieve the target they had gotten, so they fell below, and they only achieved 94.4%. On assets, they also did not achieve the projected target, as you can see, and they achieved 97.2%. On total operating income, they also fell short of the target, and they got 86.7%. The total operating expenses, they were very good at being frugal, and they were able to achieve 99.7%. Surplus for the period, this is the consolidated accounts, they were able to surpass the projected target, and they scored 102.6%. And I think that's very important. Even if we don't want, we can clap for them. Asante sana. Because generally everywhere they were surpassing, apart from some few indicators, which we may not mind, because if we don't get more loans, but they give us other earnings, other incomes, it's also okay, and we get the target. Also the controls, we have the internal controls, infrastructure development. All the processes in the infrastructure which was built, which was put up, was found that they followed the procedures and policies of Wazalendo Sacco. In the construction of Muhoti branch, which was launched recently, and construction of security houses at Mbende and Jinja. Then it is on procurements, land at headquarters, Muhoti and Arua, and the 2 minibuses, and the procurement of the enterprise resource planning, ERP. There was value for money in all procurements, and processes and procedures were followed. There was no contravening of the processes and procedures. Next was on ICT, information and communication technology. The enterprise resource planning software, which we reported last AGM, which had not been procured, this time it was procured, and we feel that it is going to improve the service delivery, especially on the journal entries. Wasacco, however, needs to have both a core banking system and accounting system. The to ensure that we leave this upgrade every time we are upgrading with Orbit R, and we think the final end should be to upgrade, to ensure that we have a better financial accounting system and a core banking system which can allow all those to take place. And you can't guard your meat not on a spear. If you have to guard your meat, then you have to put it on a spear. And ICT is our spear, and we think that AGM should consider ensuring that ICT procurements are always fast-tracked. A centralized security operation center, which is always required to monitor all intrusions and attacks, and we have already highlighted to management to ensure that they are there, so that we guard our money. Also on ICT, we found out that the platforms which have been put in place, Waza Mobile, the e-banking, they are now sufficient to enable the forces get their salaries from Wazalendo Sacco. And me, I am an example. On the 24th, I got my salary of the month from Wazalendo when people in the bank are not got. So we need to encourage our soldiers and officers to get their salary from Wazalendo, because we get the money as early as 23rd and 24th. So this is a big achievement. We need to encourage our members. On human resource management, we found out that some staffs were recruited to augment on the staff capacity, but the gaps which were there are being handled by management, which were raised, and over 30 office attendants were also able to transition from the branch level to the main structure of Wazalendo Sacco. Retirement. We found out that retirement, it is continuing to drain our membership and also our shareholding, because members retire with big money, and yet members coming in have less money. Therefore, we need to enhance rotation of the retiring member, so that when you retire, you remain a member of Wazalendo Sacco. Next, we need to see the implementation of the 17th AGM resolutions. On 26 March last year, we gathered in Nikoa, and you gave the resolutions to the board and the management. All the resolutions which you passed were duly and successfully implemented by board and management. If you want to look at them, you can see them in that book. We thank the board and the management to ensure that they did it in record time before even the end of the 6 months, they had already finished all the resolutions. Asante sana. So that one, we need just to give you the recommendation, what supervisory committee thinks could be the best way forward to ensure that we continue achieving heights and heights. One, we recommend that board and management should continue these strict adherence which they have been showing of the established rules and procedures to ensure that the members' funds are always safe. They should consolidate it. Number two, we think that they need to harmonize the financial calendar for the will and the management, so that they tally together, because as we found for that time, they were not in the same calendar. But also, we are requesting that the AGM should support will operations, because this is what we have to do in order to grow. So you need to support them in its operations. Then we need to continue restructuring the loans of members whose allowances were chopped, because some lost allowances. Management is doing it, but we need to continue it, because I know even those occurrences will continue happening. Also, we think that there should be savings mobilization enhancement by introducing more savings products and financial stability over the Sacco, and also attracting family members in the common bond to ensure that we grow more membership. Then we also recommend that there should be fast tracking of construction of regional branches to improve on the infrastructure development for service delivery as laid down in the strategic plan. Because of strategic plan requires that we should have at least a regional branch by this time, and therefore we think if you are beginning with Nakasongola, you can begin. If you are beginning with anywhere, but let us at least fast track that regional branches. We also recommend that the strategic leadership should support Wazalendo Sacco management and board in processing the salary of its members, since there have been investment in upgrading the different ICT systems for better service delivery. Also, we are recommending that the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs and Uganda Post Defense Forces leadership should deliberately support the board and management in tracing and following up UPDF deserters who live with Wasako loans in order to protect members' money, because we found out that the loan protection fund, we lose it more to the deserters than to the dead. And it should be the other way around, because these ones are there and we know them and we can also trace them. Lastly, a centralized security operations command center should be established to safeguard our money as per the information and security policy of Wazalendo Sacco. Finally, it's about opinion of the supervisory board. As a supervisory board, the financial statements as presented by the society's committee, that's the board, reflect a true and fair view of the operations and affairs of Wazalendo Sacco as at 31st December 2023. I thank you very much for listening. That's the end of my report.
Thank you very much, Chairman Super Bowl. It is now Super Bowl. Supervisory Board. Thank you so much. Those who have picked maybe some observations and have comments to make, you hold on a bit. Then we listen to the external auditor, then we shall discuss both reports together. May I now invite Mr. Kibedi to present the summary of your report, external auditor's report.
Chair, thank you so much. I beg your indulgence. I will not be able to stand up because I'm not able to stand up. But I will present from here. And as introduced, I'm CPA Frederick Chibedi. Chair, I want to start probably as a leader in the accounting circles with your comment on CPAs who are unethical. It can't go without being commented on. Professional accountants across the globe are governed by a code of ethics: objectivity, independence, professional competence, and due care, and they are supposed to adhere by that code. And if they don't, they must be disciplined. The mistake that we make is we discipline them with our own internal processes. After you have found them guilty, send them to us. We shall make them employable for the rest of their life. That's the code that governs us. So if somebody stands up and says they are a professional accountant, they are governed both inside and outside the organization because we work in public interest and we cannot afford to lose that brand and credibility. That said, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for your invitation to this meeting, and I'd like to present my report. Members, the report in the annual book is on page 100. Pages 100 to 166 is the financial report that we audited. And like the chairman said, of course, being the author, I will not read the whole of it, but I would like to guide the members in understanding what it's about. From pages 100 to pages 1, that's the comment of those are the comments of the people who govern this circle in terms of what it is, what the numbers are. And already the treasurer, CPA Lieutenant Colonel Kato, already took us through the numbers. And my role here was to see whether what he's saying is consistent with what is written in the book. And if it hadn't been consistent, this would have been the opportunity to expose him. But it was very consistent. On pages 111, the financial statements, those financial statements continue up to 167. So you can go and read them and appreciate them and contextualize them. Our report is on page 107, and it's the independent auditor's report to the members of Wazalendo Sacco, Savings and Credit Society Limited, which we have put in brackets as the group. The group because you have made a choice to invest in an organization called Will, and that is still your money. So as auditors, we don't just simply report on what is here, we also report on what we think is happening in that money and consolidate the picture for purposes of people appreciating the level of investment and return that they are getting. So our opinion is that we have audited the consolidated financial statements of Wazalendo Savings and Credit Cooperative Limited, which is set out on the pages that I've mentioned, and the consolidated statement of financial position, the statement of profit or loss, and the statement of changes in equity, and the consolidated statement of cash flows for the year ended 31st December 2023. And this is our opinion. Our opinion is that those financial statements give a true and fair view of the group's performance as at 31st December 2023, of its consolidated financial performance, the cash flows, and the cash flows are in accordance with international financial reporting standards. We benchmark the performance against the requirements of the International Financial Reporting Standards and the Cooperative Societies Act as amended in 2020. And so we have made that conclusion, but I'm required to take you through what caused us to make that conclusion. The next paragraph is about the basis for our opinion, based on the code that we follow, and then the key audit matters that we have raised during the period. Our biggest key audit matter was on expected credit losses on loans and trade receivables. The world of accounting has changed the way they look at loans now, and then the borrowings. When somebody takes a loan, you immediately expect they might not pay. So you start preparing yourself for the fact that if they don't pay, you have cushioned yourself enough. And that is the area where we spent most of the time. We also required, under those standards, to look at the reports that have been made by the different sections of the organization and determine if that information is consistent with the numbers that we audited and how we audited them. And I'm glad to report to the AGM that we have looked at those numbers. We have looked at the reports of the chairman, of the CEO, of Subco, and of Wazalendo Investment, and have found nothing inconsistent with the numbers or our understanding of those numbers. The financial statements we are talking about are the responsibility of the directors, the board of directors, report to you. And our responsibility as auditors is to audit those numbers and evaluate them, evaluate the going concern of the business, and evaluate the presentations. And our objective is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement, which we have done and already presented in our report. On page 110, we are also required by the Cooperative Societies Act as amended to report to you that based on our audit, we have obtained all the information and explanations which to the best of our knowledge were necessary for purposes of our audit. And as Chairman said, we have had interactions with both management, Subco, and the board, and we have in ourselves spoken about the different nitty-gritty details that are in the operations of Wazalendo Sacco, and we have no doubt in our mind that our signature is worth this report for purposes of certifying to the members that this is the opinion that we have supported. So, in our opinion, proper books of account have been kept, and as far as it appears from our examination of those books and the consolidated statement of financial position and statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive incomes are in agreement with the books of account. We have also audited Wazalendo Investment and provided a separate opinion on Wazalendo Investment, and also provided a separate opinion on the Sacco. This is the consolidated position, but the Sacco has its own set, and the Wazalendo Investment also has its own set, and all of them are true and fair. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for your report. The two reports have been clear and loud, and this is the time. I give it just 5 minutes. If there is anybody with any comment on the two reports, please raise those comments. Mukono, I see some 1, 2, 3. Is that Baruku?
Again, Honorable Corporal Balkujime, representing Luere Industry, Forte Marine Battalion, and Choga Dynamic. I heard our chairman Sukpo telling us that we should encourage our members to pass our salary via Wazalendo, which is a very good idea, also support it. But now the question is, don't you think we should first have a centralized security operation and command so that we can start processing our salary via Wazalendo? That is a question to him directly. Let him come out, clarify about that, and how standby is he if there is any hack between that? Because I'm seeing we have been getting challenges in handling dividends issues. Let him come out and clarify that. Thanks.
Okay, that one will be clarified by the CEO, because those were SUPCO's observations. But let the organ that is responsible for running the SACCO on a day-to-day basis come and assure us whether they are capable of handling the salaries. Next.
I'm Kopolo Isabi Aroni Mwase, Battle Group 38, representing Base Camp. Annual report, page 92. Supervisory committee lays areas of focus where he focused, and there are many from A to D. But I feel like training should be part of what is supervised. The fact that it has a budget, I've not had it among the areas you supervised. I seek for more light. Finally, through your permission, Chairman, I'd like to report that Base Camp was not represented. Members in the mission area were not represented during the pre-AGM. And so when we come here for final deliberations, sometimes we are not reading the same page. So I request that next time, at least, given the fragile environment of mission, perhaps we can call the delegates to come and attend pre-AGM, such that during the final stages, we read the same page. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very, very good observation and request. We shall definitely involve you, include you in the pre-AGM training. Any other? Oh, CPC. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Really, it's just that CPC wants to register presence. So I am just grabbing an opportunity to comment on Super Bowl.
For now.
There is where he's raising the flag on UPDF deserters. I know the other financial institutions harass people who run away with their money, and we have the teeth. This is a circle belonging to people with teeth. Why should we be very soft with these people who run away with our money? I wish the chair, the supervisory committee, gave a strong indication on how we can curb this vice. Otherwise, like General Moses said, we are happy. We are happy with everything which is going on.
Thank you. Maybe I could attempt to respond. Of course, for us, we receive and manage funds, but from mainly it is the UPDF matter to solve. To look at why, for example, the reasons that lead some of these guys deserting, and maybe try to solve them. Otherwise, for us, we have no machinery or capacity to go hunting for deserters. But as we all know, desertion is a serious offense. So we can, for now, leave it at that. We have guests here. We don't want to go into details of the institution. We can leave it at that. But certainly, in financial aspects, the measure, I don't know whether this thing is clear. Of course, the measure we put that does not solve desertion, but maybe replaces the money that has been taken, but which also affects other members who save and don't desert, is this LPF, loan protection, the internal insurance we put. Me, I borrow, I don't desert. You borrow, you don't desert. Someone else, but we pay. Me and you pay this insurance. But someone deserts and takes this insurance, me and you pay. So it's an issue that we need to discuss further and see how best we can handle it. Yeah. Anything else on this one? These were very clear reports. Yes, the finance man. Kano Mukanda.
Thanks a lot, Sir Chairman. My concern is on Wazalendo Sacco processing our salaries. All along, the requirement has been that Wazalendo Sacco is not a bank, and therefore we cannot process our salaries through Wazalendo Sacco. I don't know up to now whether that requirement has been resolved, that Wazalendo Sacco can now start processing our salaries. Secondly, it's also in the same vein. I was requesting that maybe we could start with a few formations and units that they pass through, they pass the salaries through Wazalendo Sacco, and we see whether the capability is there. Then that will give us assurance that Wazalendo Sacco has the capacity to handle our salaries. But all of us going en masse to pass our salaries through Wazalendo Sacco, I think it may not be feasible now. We want assurance that Wazalendo Sacco is able to handle our salaries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One such assurance is that we already have members who are channeling their salaries through our Sacco. I don't know how many they are. See, we have 16,000 members of UPDF who are channeling their salaries through Wazalendo Sacco. And we shall endeavor to give you some of their addresses, and you ask them to tell you how safe their money is or how unsafe their money is. Number two, we cannot sit here and decide on who channels their money or which formation, because a salary is an individual, matter. So I should be the one to decide whether I should pass my salary through Wazalendo Sacco or KCB or Stanbic Bank or whichever area. So that one, that we mobilize, we tell you the benefits, the advantages, but the decision and the choice remains yours. We cannot, dictate on that one. CEO was supposed to respond on, was it Baruku's question? In the report by SUPCO, he was suggesting to have a centralized security to secure the funds. And now, but the same chairman was also trying to encourage members to channel their salaries through Wazalendo Sacco. So the honorable there asked, is it possible? Will people's money be secure before the centralized security controls are in place? So you can.
Chair, I don't want to pretend to be able to answer that question because I don't know the background from which the chairman of the supervisory committee came up with what he called a centralized information system. Maybe let's first understand from his point of view what he means by a centralized information system. Thereafter, then I will be able to respond.
Chairman, honorable delegates, from the supervisory committee's inspection of the ICT department, we found out that one of the requirements is to establish a centralized operations command center to ensure there is information and security systems for Wazalendo well kept. But they have not yet, like we have been postponing, they are postponing that one. Last time they had postponed ERP, but now they bought it this year. So we are telling them that you fast track the establishment of the centralized security operations command center to ensure that we finally are safe, and that is what is required by policy. Because for us, we evaluate policy and establishment. What is on the ground and what do you tell them to do? So that's it, CEO.
What I know is that we have our CT system that are entirely run by Wazalendo Sacco. We have our security systems that are entirely run by Wazalendo Sacco. And to the best of our knowledge, these systems, as they stand, are adequate. We have also had a discussion with our external auditors to come and do a review of our information systems, so that after that assurance, then we shall be knowing what do we need to add. But I can assure members that we are keeping 959 billions in assets, and we every day we work to secure our systems. And I think somebody was telling me that we have, if you compare the systems that we have in terms of security, there are not many commercial banks in Uganda that have them. Perhaps there are only 3 or 4, 5. That is Stanbic, Stanchart, Centenary, and perhaps anyway, ABSA and Postbank.
Okay.
What we have is adequate to safeguard us, but I think what SUPCO is saying is to try to get additional security measures that can enable us to be secure. But in terms of processing salary, we are set. There was a question from Kano Mukanda as to whether we are a bank to receive salaries. SACCOs that are institutional SACCOs in many areas are receiving their salaries. You simply need to call it a saving, and that is it.
Okay. I think this one is understood. Both can go concurrently. According to SUPCO, there is that plan of having that in place, the centralized information security. So he's asking for its implementation. But the CEO says, yes, it will be implemented, but even before, what we have is adequate to handle salaries. So I think that one is enough explanation. General Francis, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just an idea based on what the CEO has said, that there are some financial institutions who have better security provision for the safety of the financial resources which those institutions hold. Is it possible for this AGM to request the Minister of Defense to provide some oversight security surveillance to ensure that the resources of Wazalendo are protected? Some like a silent role of the CMI, some silent role of assets of the government, which can once in a while, should your system fail as Wazalendo, or should somebody try to hack into your system, that oversight is always there in the background to see that nobody can hack into your system. I'm just selling a proposal if it is possible. I don't know if my ideas are clear. Because right now you are alone as Wazalendo. Should something happen to you, the government has got bigger assets which it can utilize to come into play to manage and secure this huge resource you have of your members.
Sir, Chair, through you, I would like to respond as follows. Number one, in terms of system continuity, we have a disaster recovery site. And it is hosted where somebody knows. And that person is nodding his head. He's nodding his head. So we have, and then in terms of security, we have first generation firewalls and other resources. Now, these systems that we have, the security systems that we have, we actually benchmarked Standard Chartered and some other banks to come up with this. So the idea of the minister coming to support us, we are going to do a benchmarking and see in what areas we need support, and then we shall communicate to the board and they make the necessary requests. It's a good proposal from the general.
Give Kade.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Although I'm a complete stranger, because I haven't attended these meetings in a very long time. But there's something that caught my attention in the report of the SUBCO. Yeah, SUBCO, the Supervisory Committee. He gave a very positive report, but on the loan, the part on the loans, giving out loans, it would appear that we are not doing very well. And that is very surprising, especially those of us members who are now entrepreneurs, and our biggest problem is affordable credit. We find that very, very strange, because we actually need credit. And yet it's, you are saying that there is money, and yet we can't access it. That is one. Number two, I think, I don't know, I'm not an expert, I think the experts know better, but by the very nature of capital, if capital is to survive and grow, it must reproduce itself. Now, to reproduce itself must be through giving out credit. I think so. Now, if we are not performing well on that account, I think it's something that the leadership need to reflect over and find means of how do you incentivize members to get. We need loans. I'm now speaking for veterans because we have all the time. We have all the time to produce wealth, and actually we are producing wealth. And our biggest constraint. Let me use this opportunity. I don't want to be controversial. I used to be controversial a long time ago, but I'm now saved. So, but however, this is affecting livelihoods and even the economy. the economy, the credit, the financial sector of the economy is really difficult. In fact, it's hostile to those of us. You talked about agro-processing. I don't know whether you're referring to supporting us who are in agro-business, agro-sector. Because most of the credit that is available, even when we put our own deposits, like Post Bank or housing finance, they give short-term credit. They don't give credit that is suitable for the type of for agricultural enterprise. And you know that this country, our center of gravity, is in agro area, agro industry. That's why under the NDP3, there's a whole program of agro-industrialization. That's really where we can talk about the future in this globalized world. So I was wondering, as really, me, I'm extremely proud that Wazalendo has really developed this capacity and has strong internal mechanisms and systems. I don't see why you don't really, this money you're talking about, give it to us. We shall pay it back. Just give us time. You know, like, look, I have a banana plantation. I got a loan from housing finance. By the way, Comrade Chair, I borrowed my own money from housing finance because I later on learned that our money is deposited in housing finance, and I borrowed it on market rate. I was really angry, but and then they were giving it to me that 6 months I start paying. Now you know very well that a banana plantation takes at least 2 years to start fruit getting matoke. For you to get it to the market, you need another year. Now you are telling me I must start paying back in 6 months. Is that realistic? Are you a friend or an enemy? Both to me and to the economy. So, as a vanguard force, UPDF has always been, is a vanguard force for sure. Really, why don't we now actually think about a focused, this money which is not being attractive to others, focus it to those of us in agro industry, the veterans who have the time. You assess us. We have the titles, you assess us. Right now I have a financing gap. I'm a candidate for this money which is just lying there, and I will multiply it for you through because capital, if it does not grow, if it does not reproduce itself, it will die. I think the experts know better. Thank you.
Thank you,
Comrade
sir.
Chair.
Thank you, General, for the observation. But what the chairman Supco reported was not the fault of the organization. When we are budgeting and planning, we make projections and assumptions. So during the operations, we may achieve some of them, we may not achieve some of them, depending on both internal factors and external factors. Now, for this matter, therefore, what we had projected was not achieved 100%. We achieved 94.6%. But the reason was people did not demand for loan, for us to give them loans and achieve the 100% we had projected. It is not that the people demanded for loans and we could not give them. I don't know whether I'm clear. So to answer your question, we have the money. And we are ready to give it to our members, because that our number one, the core business. Before we go to investment arm of organization, we fix billions of money because we cannot leave it there, idle. Because people don't come to take it. So have enough money to lend to our people anytime they want it. However, we have to have in mind, like we were talking of desertion, you are here, we have to look. You may not find very many carriers in this world who, again, will come, take money, use it, pay it back. So we have to safeguard the savers' money. We cannot just give whoever comes. No, we have to make sure that when we give you money, you will use it, invest it, and bring it back. Otherwise, this is our core business, lending. This 72 billion we made is from the money we lend to our members. So we have no problem. It is not force people to come and demand for loans. If they come, we give them. If they don't come, then we don't achieve the way we wanted to achieve. I think that is what he reported. It was not the other way around, that people came and we failed to give them money. No, people did not actually come as we expected.
Just one thing to add. But I want to first speak from here. When you are projecting the loan portfolio, you make assumptions. And one of the key assumptions we had made when we are making this projection for the loan portfolio was that there was going to be a salary enhancement for lower cadres. And that salary enhancement would translate into increased demand for credit. Now, when the salary was not enhanced, it meant that this anticipated demand did not come. And therefore, that was a major reason for that. That's an external factor. That was a major reason for the shortfall in the projected portfolio. What we anticipated to give out did not come because the other element did not move. Now, in terms of agro-processing, the agro-processing we are dealing with is not the one of giving the one of will is not giving money to the people like Afande Kaiura who are engaged in agro. This one is for Wazalendo Sacco to handle its own agro-processing business. However, on a case-by-case basis, if members come, we shall look at what they have, we look at your cash flows, and then we shall be able to lend you loan. The greatest challenge that I've found outside in the field there through our audit and monitoring and evaluation is that most of our people have businesses, but they don't prepare books of accounts. Now, when we come to assess you, we are trying to look at the profitability, how the revenue generation from your point of view, we don't find it. And that's why you see some of our people come, apply for the loans.
Additionally, sir, when I took over the leadership of this Sacco, the maximum loan amount was 40 million. 40. Maximum. Why? Because our loans were based on our salaries. First of all, what is your status in the Sacco? How much do you have? We were multiplying it by, I think, 3 that time. It is your status times 3 equals to L, which is loan, or C, which is credit. So then that would determine how much you are going to get in form of loan. But also what the salary you earn, because you have to repay this loan. And we don't want you to go on the street. We don't want the Sacco to take all your earnings by servicing the loan and you go without anything. So that's how we, but now, as we talk, from 40 billion to now, there is what we call cash loan. If you have the land title like you were saying, we can give you up to 500 million. If you are using salary, we can give you up to 300 million. So we have really jumped. So we are here to serve our members. Yes, we have to conclude this. Yes. This, you should be the last person. We have to conclude.
Thank you very much.
We are running
Chair.
behind the schedule.
I'm Brigadier General Julius Viljavarema, the Chief of Pension and Gratuity, of which each one here is the potential customer. Chairman Subuko brought in the issue of retention, and people, when they are retiring, they withdraw everything, others leave the Sacco. To delegates here and to Wasako leadership, when you are going to the field, make sure you include us in your program so that we move together to explain to the soldiers when they retire. Because many of them, when they retire leave Wasako, you find someone wants a loan of 1 million from Kabare, it takes him almost a full month. Because, I mean, from these commercial banks, rotating around through the PS and whatever, 1 million, it takes a month, what will you gain? So my request is that let us not mobilize the retirees at the last hour, but let us mobilize our soldiers as we move to the field. Wazalendo, please always include us as the chieftaincy, so that we explain on what is happening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, to answer that, I think you don't need to wait for me when I'm going to the field. Where is the field and who is in the field? The saver is in the field. These delegates are their representatives. They are there with them. They come, we made it, that's why when I think you were here, I was talking. The success of Wazalendo Sacco is based on that command-led element. Every commanding officer is actually a delegate of his unit. Every commanding officer, delegate of Wazalendo Sacco in his unit. Every formation commander, I did say it when in my opening remarks. That's why we made you member of AGM. We take you to be delegates for your formations and units. PCs, we have even been facilitating them. PCs, all PCs are delegates of Wazalendo Sacco in the formations and units where they are. Therefore, if you have any program to talk about, as you talk about retirement and what, please include Sacco matters, and if you want, go through the leadership of formations and units. You don't need to wait for me, because the structures are very, 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 very clear. Yes, no problem at all. But it should be, my not going should not stop from you going and sensitizing the people who are about to retire, or all of us. I have to cross this point because we are really behind. Those are the things you should have asked when I invited you to attend pre-AGM. You cannot find the division commander's first division putting up his hand because he was there physically. And division he was there physically, and other leaders I'm seeing here. You cannot find General Chandia here because he exhaustively discussed these things. So those of you who did not attend, I think we are not going to allow you to take us back. Katongore, what is your problem? Tongori is an advocate of Sacco. He was a former vice chairman.
Thank you, sir, very much, the chairman and protocol observed. The introduction I have given enough. Mine is a question addressed to the legal officer of the board. The issue of security now is very important. We have overgrown, we have a lot of money, we have even extended into investment arms. And if I take you back in 2022, when you were briefed by the Deputy Governor of Bank of Uganda, Dr. Mike Eting, he emphasized more on the regulation and security of the members' money. Now I'm going to the point, which has been reflected by other members. The question is directed to the legal officer. Commercial banks and institutions, they are regulated by the central government through the central bank. That's why you have the protection deposit fund. In the event there is a problem in any institution, the essence is to protect member savings and deposits. Reflecting in line with the Financial Institutions Act of 2016, how have you advised the board in terms of that legislation, in terms of the Micro-Institutions and Money Lenders Act of 2016, and the ministerial regulation to that effect, and also the amendment of the Cooperative 112 as by 2020, so that this element of security is very important. Why we are emphasizing on security is that in the event a commercial bank had challenges, or it was hacked, then the central bank will come in. The central bank is regulating purposely to protect depositors' savings.
And that's why we are using
all over the country.
We are using Post Bank because it's 100% a government bank.
Yeah,
it's one of the security precautions.
Yeah, the Post Bank, sir, we have not had the legal action which shows that Wazalendo has translated into a bank. You see, the law does not allow you to work under shadow under another institution. Post Bank is registered by the government to regulate the depositors. But now we are giving Post Bank employment. We help it, as you said, to exist, to perform. But to our essence, as the Fund General of the one who heads the National Defense College has raised, we need that assurance. Just like the governor have hinted on 2020, how we advised. So I want to end by asking the legal office, how have you advised the board? Do you think it is important that we transit into the bank or not? If not, how should we ensure? Because internal security cannot now manage. LPF can't manage. We have too much money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kano Katongole. Yeah, what you're raising is actually an issue that is on the agenda, not only of Wazalendo Sacco, but also our apex body, Ukusku. Madam Chair Ukusku can testify. Now, the issue of Wazalendo being regulated by Bank of Uganda to protect savers' monies was raised and is captured under the Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions and Money Lenders Act of 2016. Now, Section 110 provides that the Bank of Uganda must regulate all financial institutions that have voluntary savings of which are over or in excess of 1 billion. I want us to get this clearly. The Tier 4 under Section 110 says all voluntary savings of registered societies must be governed under or supervised, regulated by the Bank of Uganda. And secondly, if a registered society has institutional capacity of over 500 million, it also has to be governed by the Bank of Uganda. But we are saying, as Wasacco or other SACCOs that will be affected, why should we not be regulated by our mother regulators like UMRA? We have the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. We have our Cooperative Societies Act, which actually registers us and regulates us. We are saying, why is Bank of Uganda coming in now? Because this is a savers' money. We are not a banking institution to be treated like a bank. As we are saving people's members' money, it's a welfare project. Are you getting my point? Eh? But Bank of Uganda is saying, no, as long as your institutional capacity is above this or your savings are above this, we need to regulate you. So we have that problem of multiple regulators who are on board. And I didn't want to indulge much in this because under Ukusku, we have lodged a case which is before the courts of law for them to interpret for us this section of the law to give a clear guidance on who our single regulator should be. Am I clear?
Thank you. Thank you. CEO.
Through the discussion with the Okusku, which is our apex body, we established a lobby and advocacy committee that reviewed the laws that are, because the sector apparently is regulated by two laws like the secretary has observed. So there are in those very laws, there are inconsistencies between the Cooperatives Act and the Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions Act. And now arising from that, under the apex body Okusku, SACCOs went to court for interpretation and harmonization, first of all, of the law that governs the two areas, the Cooperatives Act and the Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions Act. And then the second issue is a single regulator. Because our thinking is that SACCOs are not commercial banks. And each year, these SACCOs, by the time Bank of Uganda wanted to regulate, came with the regulation, there were only 40 SACCOs that had hit the mark. Today, I want to assure you there must be more than 200 that have hit that mark. The question is, will Bank of Uganda be able to supervise all of this? Nobody is against regulation in terms of the cooperative sector. We want regulation. But our argument as SACCOs, what we are fighting for is that we should be regulated under a single regulator. And court is yet to pronounce itself on that. As of now, we are fully complying with the Cooperative Societies Act under which we were registered.
Okay, thank you. I think this marks the end of the two reports. We move to the next item on the agenda. And this item is proposals. May I ask now the CEO to present quickly the proposals, because we are running out of time.
I don't need to go to the podium. Perhaps I can present them from here, if you allow me, sir. In this book, here, there are 10 proposals. But 2 of them were not very popular when we went to the pre-AGM. So in the interest of this AGM, I'm not going to discuss them. That is proposal number 9, perhaps. Page 26. Got page 20. In the small book, this one, the last page. The last page in your small book. Run the slides. Go up. That's where we start from. Arising from the surplus of 2023 of 72.8 billion, the board proposes that
we appropriate 40% of the total surplus after taking care of the statutory reserves. And under the statutory reserves, there are three. One of them is a reserve fund. Number two is a revolving fund. And number three is education fund. We are fully provided for that, and therefore, proposal one is that we pay 40% of the dividends as shares to the members. This will translate to 1,977 shillings per share, and we shall pay this as follows. 50% of the dividend paid should go to the shares account, and the other 50 should go to the members' ordinary savings account for them to be able to access. Proposal number one.
I think we should not take long time on this. We discussed them in details, exhausted them, and now I put a question. Those in favor of this proposal, say aye. The ayes have it. We proceed.
Proposal number two. Proposal number two. Proposal number two relates to the payment of share transfer fund. This one is mixed up. Go to the book. Ignore that one. Go to the book. Share transfer fund is a provision of the law. The law requires SACCOs to provide up to a maximum of 5% of the surplus computed as a percentage of the capital as a share transfer fund. It helps us to buy shares of members who are exiting the SACCO if they choose to exit completely. Now, last year, we had provided for 11 billion to buy shares, anticipating that there will be retirement from the general to the lowest rank. That one did not take place. Now, this year, we had a balance of 9.5 billion, and we require to put there 1.6 billion to help us to maintain a share transfer fund of 11 billion. And this is to cater for batch 13B and batch 14, which will go in July. The proposal is to provide for additional 1.6 billion so that we maintain a share transfer fund of 11 billion.
I put a question that those in favor of that proposal say aye, and those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it.
Now, as our surplus grows, we keep on paying a lot of money in dividends. But we also need to grow our capital in tandem with the growth of our surplus and the dividend payout ratio. But we have a lot of money in retirement savings. So we are making a proposal to the members that this year, the AGM allows us to move, allows members freely, voluntarily to move up to a maximum of 25% of their retirement savings to the share account. This will enhance their earnings in terms of dividends, but also create more stability, but also cut financing costs for us. Three things in one. 25%, that is in error. 50 is in error. The right figure, which we discussed in pre-AGM, is 25.
Have you understood the proposal?
You go fill a form, a variation form. I'm moving 25% of my retirement into shares. If you don't feel, we shall not transfer it. It's voluntary.
Those in favor say aye, and those, the ayes.
Proposal number 4 relates to the maximum liability. The law requires us to come to the AGM to provide for the maximum that the SACCO can borrow. And we are coming to you that last year you authorized us to borrow up to 75 billion. We currently have a liability, borrowing by liability of 32.1 billion. So we want that gap to enable us, if there is a salary enhancement and demand sparks, we should be able to borrow money to cushion that gap. That is the proposal for that.
What is the proposal again?
To allow us to maintain the liability as of last year of 75 billion in terms of borrowing.
I put a question that those in favor say aye, and those No, I repeat. Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it.
Now, proposal number 5 is in relation to education fund. The Cooperative Societies Act and the cooperative principle number 5 talks about member education, training, and information. We are now expanding our training to the delegates. And this one comes with a lot of cash expenditure. The other one is that we adopted enterprise selection training for our members so that they are able to get knowledge on how to select enterprises. All of this will require us to train members, and this one now pushes us to provide for education fund. The law provides for 5% at maximum, and we are asking the AGM to allow us to provide at 1.5 so that we are able to train our members adequately, so that we have good delegates, we have good members. 1.5% of maximum is 5, 1.5. That's what the law provides, sir. No, sir. The law, as sir, it would be good for us to call it capacity fund, but to do that, we shall require to amend the law to be calling it such.
It is
So this
member
is exactly,
education.
This is exactly
law.
Member education and training fund. It is not a bonus. It is for training. That one will come. It's just about to come.
I put a question that those in favor of that proposal say aye, and those.
Now the next proposal. I will a microphone. And we are proposing that pay 1.5 of the dividend, the surplus that was earned last year as bonus and honoraria to members of the board, supervisory committee, management, PSOs, and elected delegates.
I remember when these people visited you in the pre-AGM meetings, they came up with 2%. But after we reviewed and consulted, and we saw 2% was really a bit high. So we maintained 1.5, the same percent we used last time. We think that should be really adequate for Thanksgiving or honoraria, whatever name you choose.
A percentage of the surplus.
Of the surplus. Yes. But this one is once in a year.
Once in a year.
So I put a question that those in favor of 1.5% as honoraria to those groups that have been mentioned say aye, and those not in favor say nay. Aye. The ayes take it. Now some delegates are saying nay because this is theirs.
Now, the next proposal relates to funding of will. We had the presentation MD here, and he outlined what they need to do in the year 2024, in the remaining 9 months of the year. So they have the desire to expand the real estate business, but also acquire the road unit to enable them to maintain our estates, but also opening other roads within the estates, but also doing business. This requirement requires 8.3 billion shillings. That one will be also appropriated from our surplus for last year.
We are building this business arm. We have the funds, but we seek for your permission to give it to them. So I put a question that those in favor say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Okay, the last proposal relates to amendment to section 17 of our bylaws that establishes our common bond. We had been getting challenges on how to deal with the people who do not have accounts, share accounts in Wazalendo Sacco, but are desirous to pass their money through a Sacco, and that's why we pay them. The first category among this is the LODPs, and then there are other people outside there, as the chairman that earlier on alluded to. So we want to amend Section B, Section 17 of our bylaws, Section 17A of our bylaws, to provide for a partial opening of the common bond that will allow us to admit those categories that I've mentioned. But the board will go ahead and draft the guidelines on how we shall deal with other people. But for now, the LODPs need to be covered. That's the first beneficiaries of this amendment of opening the common bond, because they can now be able to save without buying shares until such a time when they have got integrated into UPDF and they are able to buy shares. If we subject them to buy shares in the small money that they are earning, we shall not have played our welfare role when we are receiving them. Number 8. It is that one. Yes, Wasacco controlling salaries was not agreed on the AGM, pre-AGM that we discussed. It is a discussion that we are throwing to you, not in form of a proposal, but an idea from the board. It's a discussion that we are throwing it to you, because it was not generally discussed at the regional meetings.
The proposal is for allowing
the partial opening of the common bond.
Management to open partial common bonds, and starting with, because currently as we stand now, Wazalendo Sacco is for only UPDF members and their families. But there is a limit to that, as you all know. And we have money in, So we want to begin now looking at other monies apart from our salaries. So we want to start with our comrades. By law, these LDUs or LDPs are not members of, they are there on contract, But now we want to start with them, and then as we roll out to capture other organized groups who are willing to join us and save with us. So that is the meaning of this proposal. I therefore put a question that those in favor of this proposal say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have taken it.
So that's the end of the proposals that were presented to this AGM. The other proposal about veterans was also a discussion within the board, and it had not yet been presented to the pre-AGM, so we are not taking it also as a record that should be presented this AGM. It should be removed from the proposals. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, CEO. And I want to thank you, members, for having approved all the proposals, so that you allow the leadership and management of the Sacco to use what they have proposed to steer your organization ahead. So now we are done with the main areas of this meeting, and we are remaining with 3 items, and then we close. Now the next item is awards. Every AGM we recognize special people for their performance, for their special love for the organization. So we consider a number of categories within the members. So even this time we have a list of them, and I want you to read them out. And I'll ask the guest of honor, Afande Peter, to please come forward and perform this role of handing over the awards.
We have 10
awardees.
We have 10 people for award in this AGM, and this one is a category of best saver, progressive share buyer, best saver who is a civilian, and then best saver who is a retiree. Then the other one is the best saver as a family member. And then also we have a best loan user in the Western. We have a best loan user in the Northern. We have a best loan user in Central, best loan user in West Nile, and best loan user in Central. So the first one is Brigadier General Robert Freeman Mugabe, who is the best saver in the Sacco. I don't know whether he's here. In a business account. Now, the business savings account is an account which you use to drive. I think he didn't come. He has a court session. Can we have somebody to receive it for him? Doppelland forces should come and receive it on his behalf. Please come. The next one is Ojok Francis, Private Ojok Francis, RA 24 2666, who is a progressive buyer of shares. Where is he, Ojok? Okay? Is Private Ojok around? He's not there. We go to the third one. Is a civilian best saver, and that one is none other than Maxwell Okello. Is Maxwell Okello here? That one is not here. Maxwell Okello, civilian Maxwell Okello. Oh, he's present here. Best civilian saver. Number 2 is Private Ojok. After I request that we keep the present, we shall give him when he comes. Mr. Okello Maxwell, please come and receive your award. Mr. Okello Maxwell has been awarded 20 shares. We are going to give him a certificate and a t-shirt. A shirt. The next one is Kisembo Ahaz, warrant officer class 1, who is a best saver, who is a retiree. Warrant officer class 1, Kisembo Hassan, is there coming? We are going to give him an animal spray pump. Yes. And acaricides. Yes. Now, the next one is a civilian, Barije Tanya, who is the best saver at a family level. They are too much, but you carry them. And then also a container. In Ateso, they call that I Gugunatoy. Now, the next one is Barije Tanya. Kisembo Ahaz. He's the one who has gone. There is Barije Tanya, who is the best saver at the family level, a family member. He's not in. We keep that one also. She's a daughter to Brigadier Kano Bahoku Barije. She's a daughter to Kano Bahoku Barije. The next one is Major Stephen Mugisha, who is a best loan user in Western Uganda. Major Stephen Mugisha, are you there? He's coming. We are awarding him a 1,500 liter tank. Water tank. That one will be given to him. It is big, we can't bring it here. But we shall award him a certificate and also a shirt. The other one is from northern Uganda. We have Kopolo Achayo Florence. Kopolo Achayo Florence, are you there? Popola Chayo Florence, she's not in, we also keep hers. The next one is private, Amwine Ronald, who is the best loan user in Central. Private Amwine, are you there? Please come forward. We are also awarding him a 1,500 liter water tank and then a certificate and a shirt. The next person is Staff Sergeant Angupare Kana. Angupare, Staff Sergeant Angupare Kana. Are you there? Yes, he's there coming. Now, this is the best loan user in West Nile. Double. And the last one, but not the least, is Sergeant Isa Abirie Charles, who is the best loan user in Eastern. Isa Abirie Charles, are you there? Karibu. So those are the 10 people whom we identified and we evaluated them, and this one came top. The last award goes to the CEO for reading very well the awards, and that one will be given by the chairman. I'm just cracking a joke. The last award goes to the CEO for reading very well awards, and that one will be given by the chairman. The chairman also said that I give it to him when he gives it. So finally, that is it. Thank you so much, Afande Deputy CDF, who is now a special presidential advisor, for performing this function.
Thank you very much. That one is done. Now we are going to a session of a few remarks by some individuals. But maybe before we go there, there has been some news on the social media. No, of course I don't take social media things. I don't know whether the defense spokesperson has got an official position and then he breaks the news.
Thank you, Chair. By virtue of my job as a Public Information Officer of the Defense Ministry, I'd like to inform the AGM of the promotion of Major General Sam Kavuma to the rank of Lieutenant General. And he's been appointed Force Commander at Misi. Congratulations, General Kavuma.
I thank you for that confirmation of the social media news. And I want to thank the AGM for the blessing. Let us now continue with our program. Brief remarks. And I want now to call upon our chairperson, the Apex. Sorry. Let me invite the Airtel representative who made some sponsorship here to just say one or two remarks in, I think, trying to advertise themselves.
Our guest of honor, the chairman, and I will stand on the protocols so that we save time. My name is Japhet Arido. I'm the managing director for Airtel Money, Uganda. And I'm very, very humbled and privileged to be here today. One, when I woke up in the morning at around 5 to take my trip to Jinja, I actually thought about it. And you know, when I came in and I heard the chairman speak, I could tell this was selected because Jinja is the source of the Nile. And the Nile is the source of wealth and livelihood, not only for Uganda, but for the Africa. Without Nile, Egypt will be a desert. So I want to associate with this because it makes a lot of sense. Because one of the things he talked about is the security, and the security of economics. I picked it, and I understand why this was selected. Then, Wazalendo being 18 years, for me, I was actually thinking about it again. 18 years, where I come from is when you transition from childhood to adulthood. In that time, when you become an adult, you're allowed now to go and marry, and you go and find some suitors. And today, we as Airtel Money, we feel like we are very privileged because through this partnership, we feel that this relationship is not going to end here. It's actually a marriage that we want to assure the Wazalendo fraternity that we are going to make it happen. I obviously would like to say a few things because when I was listening to some of the challenges, you know, our soldiers are always either at the borders or even in countries where they provide protection, not only to Uganda, but to other countries. We have actually followed them as Airtel Money. And today, what I'm saying is through all the places where our soldiers today are serving, they can actually remit money to their families. They can be able to contribute regardless of where they are, whether they're in Somalia, in DRC, Congo. We have partners where they can be able to remit money through international money transfer, and that money will be secured in their wallet. I want also to say this. I was listening to the future of Wazalendo, and you are saying that you want to open up, and one of the reasons why you came out of the barracks to the outside is so that you can attract other players. Chairman, I want to say that in Airtel Money today, we have built 2,504 mini Airtel Money branches. Literally any place where there is a site, where there is a telecom tower, we have a Airtel Money branch. We can actually extend the services so that when soldiers are paid the salaries, they don't have to go and look for a branch. Actually, they can walk to the nearest Airtel Money branch and collect the money. This is some of the things that I want to mention at this point. And I know there is a lot that we can discuss. We have a tent there. I've instructed my team, if there is any soldier here who doesn't have a Airtel SIM card, by the time they leave, they should have a Airtel SIM card. If they have Airtel Money blocked because they could not remember the PIN, they will be reset. They will not be told to go to any shop. Outside there, we will be able to reset everything. But I want to give my commitment to the Wazalendo that this journey that has started, and I know your CEO, no one is called Friendly. Friendly is very friendly. When he came to my office and we said, we are in this together, this is just a beginning. And you'll see us in every step that you are going to walk. Thank you very much for the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Airtel. So through Freddy, we shall, members will get you in case they want your services. Thank you very much. Now let me take this honor to invite you, Abodi, to come and greet the delegates. And you give us your wise counsel as an apex body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and allow me also congratulate you upon the immediate achievement that you have attained to that level and the office that you are going to take. Our guest of honor, the chairperson and the board of the Wazalendo Sacco, the management, SUPBO, vetting committee, the delegates, protocol observed. I'm Bintu Jalia Awoli Lukumu, and I'm the chairperson of the Uganda Cooperative Savings and Credit Union. And allow me, Mr. Chairperson, congratulate all the delegates seated here for having attended this annual general meeting, which is in line with our laws of the country. Congratulations. The union, Ukusku's mandate is to organize and champion the development of the sector, the Sacco sector. And some of our roles have been enumerated by so many speakers here. One of the main roles of the union is to lobby and advocate for the sector. And in this regard, we managed to lobby for 10-year income tax exemption for the SACCOs, which you are enjoying. And I allow me, chairperson, also congratulate you on behalf of the union for having lobbied for the tax exemption on dividends and savings for the SACCOs for the entire country. Thank you very much, Wazalendo. And it's on this background that Wazalendo sits on our lobby and advocacy committee of the union through the CEO of Wazalendo, and we have benefited a lot from this committee, especially on the technical note and financial support. And we shall continue relying on your support and other circles so that we can lobby for the good environment for the sector. Under the regulations, I want to add my voice to what the chairperson stated and the CEO and one of the members that for us as Sacco industry, we are yearning to see one regulator for the Sacco industry. And this will help us to be able to grow up to the other heights. Because if we have so many regulators and supervisors, then the sector is likely to crumble. Because the Sacco cannot grow if it's faced by so many demands from different regulators. And that's why you realize that other countries which have got one regulator, they have managed to grow the sector. So we shall continue after the court's ruling. We shall again engage you, the Sacco members, so that you may know what has come out of the court ruling and we get to move on. As the union, one of our other roles is to train the SACCOs, especially on the best practices. And through our academy, Uganda has been earmarked as one of the best countries which have started good innovations. We started the academy, the training academy, which focuses on apprenticeship training for the SACCOs. And ACOSCA, the African Sacco organization, came to understudy the Ugandan academy, and they started the African Academy. But ours, we are mainly focusing on unique needs of the SACCOs. And I want to thank Wazalendo, who have benefited and have managed to send members to come and undergo training on Sacco growth. And possibly, this is why Wazalendo has been growing every year in, year out. And allow me, Mr. Chairperson, to thank Wazalendo, who is #1 in the country and #7 in Africa, for wonderful performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mujalia.
And
Thank you
I want,
so much. Honorable.
lastly, I want to appreciate and extend our sincere appreciation to UPDF and Ministry of Defense for allowing the uniformed men and women to start saving and also borrowing at a lower interest rate. And this has helped especially to grow the Sacco. And also other countries have come to benchmark from the Wazalendo. This, we should be able to guard this good example, especially when the continent comes in and yearns to learn from what Wazalendo has done. And with those remarks, Mr. Chairperson, thank you very much with all your board members, the CEO and management, SUPBO with your team, thank you very much. The vetting committee with your members, thank you very much for being such wonderful leaders and having the Sacco grow. Thank you very much. I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jalia, for those
educative and informative words. Thank you so much. Let me now take this opportunity to invite the Commissioner from Ministry of Trade, our mother ministry, to give us a few remarks.
Chair and the board members, our chief guest, and all protocol observed. I bring you regards from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and more particularly from my senior, Mr. Bob Barige, the Registrar of Cooperative Societies. I want to take the honor to appreciate our guest of honor and the chair of your board and all the members present, and as well congratulate those who bared the vision on day one that we should have this in place. General congratulations. I also want to congratulate you upon convening your general meeting, the 18th in number. Indeed, this is a sign of maturity as by our laws in Uganda. Congratulations upon that. Father, thank you so much for being very, very compliant with the cooperative laws and the business practices. Thank you so much. Chair and chief guest and members, I want to make just 2 or 3 remarks. One on regulation. There is no need for alarm. I appreciate that their contradiction is in the pieces of law. The lawyer for the Sacco has stated here, the process of harmonizing these 2 pieces of law is ongoing, spearheaded by the Law Reform Commission and the 2 government ministries responsible for the pieces of law. That's Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I know at an opportune time we shall be engaging with the relevant stakeholders on the positions that will have come up from this engagement. So rest assured, the government is in charge. On tax exemption, I want to congratulate, first of all, Ukusku and Uganda Cooperative Alliance, who negotiated the tax exemption. And I also want to congratulate Wazalendo for the tax exemptions that we have gotten now. But looking at the instrument, recognizing the exemption is this new one. It's like a bit silent on the period. I don't know whether it's an annex on the 10-year or it's a new exemption which is open. So I want to call upon Ukusku through its lobby and advocacy committee and the members that you should not be taken by surprise. You see, it's good to work in a clear environment. So please, Wazalendo, I don't know whether it's you who will pick it up again to say whether this is an open check, bearing in mind that the tax law is annually amended, and we are yet to witness another amendment. Take note of that. I also bring you news that as you have been discussing your system here, in the registry we have been managing business manually, but on 14th of this month, we launched the Cooperative Registry Management Information System that will be managing our transactions between the cooperatives and other stakeholders online. It's a very secure system. We are starting its implementation by mid of next month. You should be able to get served online. Honorable Chair and members, like you've passed a resolution to amend your bylaws, you may not need to walk to our office to have this one registered. Before I conclude, I want to recognize my colleague, Mr. Chibalama Tony, whom I've come with for this meeting. I want to recognize also the cooperators around. Fando Muding, nice seeing you. This is under the spirit of cooperation among the cooperators. I've not been able, yes, we have also CIC staff Sacco here, and the staff insurance and the insurance. We have the insurance and also the staff Sacco, yes. So thank you so much. As cooperators, we cooperate like this, and this is a sign of cooperation among cooperatives. Let's continue working together. I know the sky is the limit. It's not news anymore now that the government has adopted the cooperative model to see this economy from where we are to the next level. You have all heard about the Myoga. You've all heard about the PDM. PDM is a broad program, but to most, PDM is about Sacco. Wherever you hear people talking about PDM, they are talking PDM Saccos. So let's embrace cooperatives and continue working cooperatives. I want to wish you the best of the financial year 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. On behalf of the registrar and the ministry at large, let me now take this rare honor and privilege to invite our elder, the founder, the mobilizer, and the first chairman, General Kare Keihura, to come and greet the people you left behind, or the people you started off. General, sir.
Comrade Chair, now Lieutenant General Sam Kavuma, and your outstanding team, our distinguished partners and friends, my fellow members. I'm still a member of Wazalendo Sacco, by the way, and very active at that. First, let me congratulate you for this outstanding organization. Really world class, I must say, and also the strides you have made. I don't know which AGM I last attended. I know that the most memorable was Comrade Chair, what you mentioned, the Guru meeting, which was a watershed. Because had we failed, I think we wouldn't be here. And I remember, I think you should have invited Omara. Because Omara, you know, we had a debate and Omara was on the other side. Because the issue was, do we continue with the salary earners scheme or Sacco? And Omara was very, very teachable. Omara was operations officer of Stanbic. Oh, really? So the man was very articulate. So in the morning, he won the debate. And actually, you remember you heard him, you know, he was the hero. Now in between, somebody whispered to, when we had gone for lunch, you remember, somebody whispered to me that in fact, in Stanbic, the employees of Stanbic do not take salary earners, the lower cadre. They actually have a Sacco. So when we got that intelligence, I whispered to General Ronda, I said, you know what? We are going to beat this guy. I have got this intelligence, so I think we shall defeat him. So in the afternoon, when the staff and command reconvened, I put my case. I said, this man is being dishonest. He's a beneficiary of Sacco. Why does it, if salary earners scheme is so good, why doesn't he go for it? Why is he pushing it to us? And that settled the matter. As usual, we won the day. So I wanted, actually you should have invited him today, because today is now the day when I should celebrate the defeat of Omara. Now, to put but he was doing his job, because afterwards when we met, he said, I was doing my job, but you are right. Now, I just wanted to, Mr. Chair, I know there is no little time, our guest of honor, just to give a bit of correction. Actually, this struggle to use the cooperative strategy to address the welfare of soldiers started way back in 1988, if you remember. The issue, I remember the time, and of course how I got involved was because I was in the political department, and I was assigned this job because the nanny of welfare was under CPC at that time. I don't know whether it still is. And at that time we had, in the political education we had two subjects, welfare at work and welfare at home, or family welfare. And of course the biggest challenge, because of the lack of resources, was welfare at home, the family welfare. Of course, before that, we had no problem because we didn't have families. We didn't have pressures. Whether in the bush or the first years in the government, where we're not even earning any salary. We're just, we only got ration cash allowance. You didn't have any pressures. But gradually, pressures came. And we remember when pressures became too much, and some of us could not withstand them, and were using other means. You remember the book that the president wrote, The Value of Political Education. He was addressing this. It's not that we were bad. I mean, just that the pressures were too much, relatives, who, and so some who had started getting married. So the issue of welfare at home came up. Because at work, there was no problem. You had your uniform, you had your ration cash allowance, and when salaries came, it was okay. But now the issue was, how do we solve the question of family welfare? Then the then Army Commander, General Muntu, sent me and General Kayanja now. Canon, I made a mistake. It was not General Kayanja now, the one who is a big man. It was the other one. But in the book I saw, you referred, I think they misrepresented. So Eric Kayanja. So we were supported by International Cooperative Alliance in Moshi to do a study in the armies in Southern Africa, Zambia, Malawi, I think even South Africa, to see how they have used the cooperative strategy to solve family welfare. We came, we gave a report, and actually we were going to start. Then IMF came in with the structural adjustment program, the neoliberalism. That's when they started disbanding, saying government must get out of people's lives. That's the concept of neoliberalism. So cooperatives were either disbanded, those which survived, like Usoga, rather Mugishu cooperative, it was by chance. So that was the end of cooperatives, talk of cooperatives in the army, until recently when, in 2005, when again that concept was proved to be wrong for the global economy. I think it was after Margaret Thatcher and Reagan, who were the proponents of that, had gone out of the way. So then that's when this came up, and I'm really, really, really proud that to borrow the president's the seed, the mustard seed that we sowed, you have managed to nurture it over time, develop it, and such a giant, and an example both of self-reliance, and I'm in line with your theme, foundation of self-reliance for ourselves in the military, but also an example to the country that we can actually solve our own problems without depending on anybody else. So congratulations. And really, I'm happy that you remembered me, that I still exist. I think we are not very many who are still alive of that time. And to see that you remembered me and honored me, I'm most delighted, most grateful. I feel a sense of homecoming, just like when I was invited for Tarehe Sita. I have been a beneficiary of Wazalendo Sacco at a personal level, even when I was in the police. I tried to introduce it in the police, but I was fought. I found some amorphous thing called, you remember Omoding, something called Passad. So, and the beneficiaries were those top people, the directors, not the, am I wrong, Omoding? Not the Nani, not the lower ranks. And my concern was the lower ranks. It had no regulations. It was just managed by a few people. I don't want to name their names. And they really made it difficult for Exodus Sacco to take off. Because it was obvious that was the answer. But anyway, so I could not go to Exodus Sacco because it was limping. I kept on at home with my Wazalendo Sacco. When my daughter was going to study abroad, we collected our savings, remember, I don't know who was there then, helped us, and we managed to solve that problem. And more recently, I think it was when I saw Onata come to Kashagam, I thought I was seeing an angel, because people used to fear to come to see me. He came with his team and then solved a big problem. Actually, I had brought I'm making the best yogurt actually, if not Africa, in the world. So and I would want actually I wanted to bring my vehicle kind of let me down. I wanted to bring and give you as a way of mobilizing you, promotion. You know, in business language, that's promotion. So that you can buy it for your health and also for the children. Oh, sorry, I'm now becoming a salesman. Sorry. No, but seriously, and I remember when we were retiring, the president said, don't go into schools, don't go into hotels, go into food production. Of course, for me, he was preaching to the choir. And he said, but why can't the Minister of Defense buy your things? So please, Minister of Defense, if you are here, buy my yogurt. It's good for you. I think I heard that I think it was the chief of the investment arm saying that when they go there, they don't find nyumba for the nyumba loan. But for me, recently the loan you gave, by the way, I'm the first beneficiary of that innovation, and I want to thank you very much. Yes, it has helped me. I got a processing unit from Yuri, but it was not working. It was just, I was not able to use it. Until I got gap financing, I'm ready to account. You talked about books. I'm ready to account for every penny that you gave me. As a consequence, today I can proudly say I'm producing yogurt. And some people may look down at yogurt, that when I say yogurt, hey, that thing. There is a lot of money, and I want to encourage you to go into food production. If only when I heard that there is money, I want to process banana flour, to make banana flour. And so can you give me, I just need 600 million to buy a machine. Why don't you give me that money which is lying there? And I make money for you. So really, and in fact, when I'm going back to that point as I end, this point I mentioned about our money being in the commercial banks. It's okay. It's okay to fix it. But you see, you are our voice. If I go to negotiate terms, and you go to negotiate terms, it's different. In fact, when I talked to them, I argued with them. I said, but I'm borrowing my own money on market terms. Yet I'm supposed to be insulated. Because you see, the history of cooperatives, you know it. It was actually to liberate the workers, the smaller people, from the banks. Now we are going to the bank. So if we could consider, because I asked them, they said if Wazalendo leadership can approach them, those of us who bank in these banks where their money is, like housing finance and post bank, they are ready to give us special terms. They are ready. And I had mentioned it to Kano Onata. If you negotiate for us, actually, because you are our voice. I remember when I was chairman, we tried to do it with housing finance so that our members can acquire homes. I had gone there. That time there was a man called Kabonero. When I went there alone, I wanted to get a mortgage. He said, "You, Kare, where will you get the money?" Because he said, "You have to put in 30%, and they will give you 70%. Now, years later, then I will invite him. The General Ronda invited him. I was there, and he said, "We want to get mortgages for our soldiers. We have our savings. Can you give us good terms?" He said, yes. Because he smelt the money, you know, that all the savings. Then he said, "Yeah." Then he said, "What about the 30%? He said, "Forget about the 30%. So, really, you are very powerful. You can negotiate for us. You can lobby for us. Even you can take up, sorry? Where is he? You are listening. Because these banks are hostile. They are hostile to agriculture. Am I wrong? Even the agricultural credit facility, I don't know whether there is somebody from Bank of Uganda. Agricultural credit facility is not meant for producers. It's meant for produce buyers. Because short term, 6 months, 12 months, how do you expect a producer, really, honestly, Chair, that in 6 months you have produced a product, put it on the market, you know what is involved. Really, you are here, really, and God is there. Honestly, the bank and yet the strength of the country is on agriculture. So I'm inviting the leadership of our Sacco to really take the bull by the horns. We should be the vanguard. And transform. Even UDB, you're talking about UDB. UDB is Kiwani. Sorry. Yeah. I applied in 2016. Up to now, I have fulfilled all their conditions. I have even paid the 1%, half of it. They have refused to give me a loan. And then they don't even give you a reason. Really. My law is rusty. You are the lawyer. Surely. I have satisfied all the conditions, and you don't give me a loan. What course of action should I take? Honestly, no, there is. I remember when I was in the commissariat, there was a lesson. Who is the enemy and who is the friend? Really, who is the enemy of the economy of Uganda? I don't want to create problems. I have enough problems as it is. But I want to thank you. You can see I'm very happy because I am where I should be. I'm home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Afande, for those. You are speaking as an elder, you are speaking as the owner of this animal called Wazalendo Sacco. And I hope you have even educated these banks. They should know their role and how desperate their customers, some of their customers are. So I think it is heresy. I don't think they will take it personal because all of us go through those challenges. So we thank you so much, first of all, for accepting to come, honoring our invitation, but also these wise, remarks. Now, before I invite the guest of honor to officially close the function. Now we need to get it properly here. The guest of honor is going to close the function, but the chair
must close the meeting, must adjourn. That is what the law demands. The chairman of any meeting must open, but also adjourn. So before I invite Afande Peter to officially close the function, I want to adjourn the meeting. And before I do so, I want to thank all of you for coming, for attending this important meeting, but also for your contributions. I want to recognize once again and thank those sister Saccos who are here. Exodus Sacco, led by Mr. Moding. Then we have the chairman, the CEO of the Prison Sacco, SP Alex Kennedy Opin. We have CEO of CIC Insurance Sacco, Insurance or whatever, Tom Omit, and maybe others who may be here and I have not gotten their names. I want to thank you for honoring our invitation and coming and attending. I want to thank our partners, the banks. Don't take these remarks we are making, like we hate you, we don't hate you, because we've been really working with you, like Centenary, like even Centenary, you gave us some sponsorship. We want to thank our own Post Bank, Housing Finance Bank, Airtel, and all of you, our partners. And I want to again thank the management, the external auditors, the board, and everyone for making this day a success. I'm told there is Simba Automotives, Spouts, Water, that they also supported us. So I want to thank everyone who made this gathering or sitting or AGM a success. And I don't want to take a lot of your time. We have had a long day. They want us to break us and go for lunch. So I want to thank you once again, and now officially adjourn this meeting up to next meeting. With these few remarks, I want now to take the honor to invite the chief guest, General Peter Ereru, to greet you, but also officially now close the function. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Our elder, General Retired Kale, thank you for being with us here. Chair, with all your team, and protocol observed. General Badi asked me to come and represent him here because he's in the parliament going through the vetting by the appointments committee. So he said he could not be able to come here. So he asked me to come here. But I'd refused to come because I told him that, I'm no longer your deputy. I am a senior presidential advisor. And I cannot be deployed by a minister. I can only be deployed by the president only. He is my appointing authority and he is my supervisor. So I said, no, you see, this is it. Those things are done now. We are at different levels. You see this? So, but I said, since we worked well, when you were my CDF, we worked very well. Let me help you and go there. But also, I am a member of Wazalendo. So it is good for me to go and check on my colleagues and see how they are. So that is why I had to come. But I surely am now there. I am with the former Vice President, Balbaseka. That is our club now. That is our club. No longer here. No longer here. You see this? So I heard somebody calling me here, Deputy CDF. My friend, you can easily go to. I am no longer Deputy CDF. Please, that one I can easily take you to prison because that is demoting me. Otherwise, I want to thank you all for coming for this great meeting. And first of all, congratulate my comrade Kavuma for being promoted, elevated at the rank of Lieutenant General. Welcome to the club of Lieutenant Generals. There are very few in the country. Very few. So welcome to that club. And the rest, please work very hard to come here. It is not easy. It's not easy. And I wish you all the best with Al-Shabaab. You go there. Al-Shabaab, I wish you all the best. And I know we shall always succeed. Wish you all the best and all success. So greetings from General Badi. And he thanks you all for everything that you have been doing out there and on Wazalendo. He's very happy and he will give his speech very soon as he hands over the office of CDF. Otherwise, he said, I pass his greetings and gratitude to you for the work you always do. Wazalendo has grown. I was part of it, which as our elder here, when he was presenting, I was there as part of it, and it was very difficult to mobilize people because people had lost trust in the leadership of the army by that time. There was completely, the soldiers and the junior ranks had lost trust in the leadership. Why? Because they were all the time stealing their food, the salaries, what, and so forth. So no soldier trusted the leadership by that time. But I want to thank the late General Haronda, may his soul rest in eternal peace, because he brought in a new perspective, a new attitude towards leadership in the UPDF. It is because of him that everybody said yes. Now I think we have a new leadership, we have a new cadreship, and which has gone to the original values of NRA. And soldiers accepted the officers. Now, here we are. We are great what? Sacco in the whole country, or not the whole Africa. Because of General Aronda's leadership. We believed in it, and here we are now. And now, we who have remained, those who are remaining, the leadership of this Sacco and in the leadership of UPDF, run away from that syndrome of arrivism. Now we have arrived, so we can do everything the way we want. Because we have really made a lot. So now you think, we have arrived. It's all well. This is the time you must work very hard. Because this is the time when the devil comes in. And they can easily disorganize us. So now you don't need to sleep. Canulato. And your team and the Supco, all these teams chair. Please, this is the time you don't need to sleep. Because this is the time some elements may be cropping in to try to take advantage of our celebrations. That arrivism is a problem. Most of the empires have collapsed because of that syndrome. We are now there. We are now there. We can afford to drink, go to the bar, and have everything because we are there. By the time they wake up, the King David in the Bible, kings those days go to war with their armies. But when he got captured and he said, yes, now I am a king. Because I have arrived. So he started enjoying himself. The army goes to war. For him, he was enjoying himself in the balcony. Then he saw somebody's wife bathing. A very beautiful lady. Then he said, whose lady is that one? Go and call her. Who are you? Barsheba. Who are you? I'm Barsheba, the wife to Uriah, one of your commanders. I said, okay, no problem. So, yeah, I am the king of Uriah. So, what do you eat? What do you do? You check on you look at my bed. At the end of the day, he had an affair with her, and unfortunately, she got what? Pregnant. So the woman came back and said, you know, I'm pregnant. Now the king knew he had problems with his commander. So what he did was to go and call the commander that now you come back home. He has some issues. What he wanted was Uriah to sleep with his wife so that he claims that he's the one who made her pregnant. When Uriah came, he said, now you go and have time with your wife. But Uriah said, no, I cannot go to sleep with my wife when my colleagues are in the battle, at war. So he slept at the gate of the king. So the king said, did he sleep with thee? He said, no, he did. He slept here. Hey. So he decided, now, let me bring him, give him what to drink and everything. Maybe he will get the appetite and go there. Still, Uriah did not go home. He slept there again. So the king said, now this man, he wrote him a letter. Take this to the army commander. So the letter was to tell the army commander, take that man, put him in this situation, and make sure that he dies there. And that is exactly what happened. Uriah died in the battle, planned by the king, who thought he had arrived, and he ended up in his commander's what? Wife. And he took the wife. And what happens? Now heaven spoke through Nathan, the prophet, came to the king with a very good prophet. I said, you see, your majesty, there are two men. One is a very rich man. He has everything. And then there is this one. He has only one bull, one cow. Now a visitor came. This rich man, instead of getting a bull from his kraal, he got from the man. He got from the poor man, slaughtered it, and gave it to the visitors. The king was very furious. He said, who is that? Who is that? That rich man who did that? I want him now. The prophet said, that rich man is you. It is he? It's you. Who told you to kill somebody's wife? When you have all these women. God said, even if you wanted other women, you would have asked him. He would have given you. So for that reason, you will face the same consequences. That is how the son of David overran his father, Absalom. And what did he do? He slept with the concubines of his father in the presence of everybody to show people that I have chased him. Arrive with him. David had run away. He left his kingdom because he thought it was done. And then he saw something. We have to be very careful when we reach some of these positions. When we get, okay, everything is okay. Now we have this, we have this. You think, we are now there. We are not there. You are only there when you have gone back to the grave. That is the only time I have arrived. When you are in the grave, say, my father, it is done. I have done everything. I have now arrived. Before that, you have not arrived. Please, leadership of Wazalendo, you have not arrived. Wazalendo members, we have not yet arrived. Let us continue. Let us work hard and make sure our members are happy. They should not doubt us, because it was not easy for these elders to convince us. I know of a general who was never became a member for Wazalendo until he died. He never. I know. He said, no, I cannot. He never trusted the, up to today. Now, I don't know what is he saying there. I don't know. But we leave that one to the Creator. You see this? So don't let us down. These elders did their part, and they're watching us. A number of them are still there. A number of them left. But they're all watching us, what we are doing. So do not betray us. Anybody who will try to betray Wazalendo will be hanged. I assure you. You will be hanged. You will be hanged. So please do it better. Otherwise, thank you very much for all this, and thank all the members. Please use this money. Use Wazalendo. I don't like loans. I fear loans. Me as a Luelu. But recently I took a loan. I don't know even how to apply for a loan. So the CEO, I had to call the CEO. I want some loan. So he had to send a major. I don't know. He sent a major to my office to help me. This is how they feel, and they see, and then you sign here, you sign here. So that is but it's also the beauty of being a general. You don't run around. People come and they work for you. The only call I had to wait from CEO, and he didn't take a 2 day, 3. He said, sir, check your account. All is well. That was all. So that is, I took it, and by the way, I've not used it. Why? Because I don't have the time to use it. Why I took it? Because I wanted it because I am now in the parliament. In the parliament, there is some good money. Are you hearing? There is some good money. So I said, in these 5 years, let me grab something good from Wazalendo, because I have the capacity to do what? To pay. I have the because there is some eating there. A good one. So that's why I took it. Are you getting me? But this is our secret here. That is it. So that's why I said, let me have it. And General Sam here knows. There is something. It is not bad. There is something. There's something which we have never touched. But I had never touched it from the time I joined the army. I have never touched the money these days. I touch in what? In a parliament. I had never touched in my life. At once, like, no. Today I said, oh, I see. I said, hey, yeah, he's not a bad. Okay. So people, thank you very much. And for me, I wish you all the best. I have been in this uniform. I've been in this uniform with you for over 38 years. Running from private. I was a private. And I don't know how many privates are here. Don't say I've never been a private. I've been a very good private. And my first work as a private was an escort of Lieutenant Kitio. My OC. I was an escort. And the work of the escort, number 1, is to cook for the officer. So I cooked for Kitio. Number 2, boil warm water. You know, officers don't bathe with cold water. Get the warm water for my commander. Number 3, wash his clothes and prepare his bed. I did that. And when it is in the battle, you have to carry his gun and his what? And it's like then you carry yours, and you are then for him he walks with what? For you like this. For him, that is what is. So that is what I did as a private. So I have moved from the rank of private up to, after all these 38 years, up to this where I am today. Now to a senior presidential advisor. Can you imagine? It's not easy. It's not easy. And it is not by, what are you saying? What is the what? Kitio, I think he died. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I think he died. He was JO2 Kitio, and I think he died. I think the other colonel knows him. He died. Well, I think one day I will visit your home because that is where I started. But we disagreed with him on some issues. But, those are our issues. But that was my first job to do this. Another thing I need to talk to you people, commanders who are here, officers, the issue of desertion. The director is here, records. We lose a number of soldiers on a monthly basis, which is very worrying. I don't want to mention the figures here because there are some people of Rugambo here. These people of Rugambo, you don't want to. You need to wake up and really look into these things. There's a problem. Why desertion? They're deserting with our money. Deserting. And first of all, there is no war in Uganda. Where would you think people will be doing what? Running away because of the whole country is peaceful, including Karamoja. It's peaceful. You can drive at night and everything. But why should people be soldiers be deserting? No, this is something you must look into. And I think it is all about whether you listen to them. Do you listen to these people's problems? When they want a pass, they have problems at home. When they're in operation, do you look at them? Do you understand them? It's something you need to really go back and think about it and try to do whatever you can do to stop. Talk to these soldiers and find out what is their problem. So when we hear of desertion with our loans, it's not very good for us. But I know you will do it. You will do better. Otherwise, you have done very well. And I thank you all that we have been working together. And without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. And it's because of your sacrifices that some of us are what we are today. And mine is always to pray for you. I have one other mission for you people. I have finished with the gun. Now I am remaining with the mouths, praying for you. I always pray for this army, including the president. That's why I normally call him home, to my home. He comes, he knows my house, he knows my sitting room. Not because he's my president, but because I am commanded to pray for him. So now I have time. As a senior presidential advisor, I have time to do what? To really pray for this country and to this army. Okay? That one I have to do it.
And Afande, I'm requesting you to give us a closing prayer now.
That one, I will do it, no problem. Okay. No problem. So, this is it. This is it. This is it. So, please, let us remember that at the end of the day, we shall live. And when you live, you must leave friends behind. And you should live when people are happy with you. You should live with the indigeneity when they are. Don't live in problems. Okay? Very, very important. Let's remain focused on our values that our elders put into us. Remember those. Forget about running after money. This is what of this world. People are running here and there. This man made a quotation that wealth should not command us. Who is this man here? That we should not be commanded by wealth. Not so? But you should command what? What is the problem we are hearing around us is because money is the one driving us. You run here, keep here, get here. I am here. Can't you get me here? And then you find yourself in trouble. You don't need to run around. You don't need to be commanded by money, by wealth. You need to command wealth and command money. Okay? With those few remarks, I take this singular honor to officially close the 18th annual general meeting of Wazalendo Sacco. I thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Now, the chairperson here said I should give a final prayer. The final prayer, I will give it in a hymn, and that hymn is of Ateso. And everybody must sing it. If you cannot sing it, you will be in trouble. Okay? Okay, stand up. I am going to lead the singing. In Ateso. Are we ready? Ruhanga shitwe, ruhango mwanam, ruhango moyo orikwera ruhanga shitwe ruhango mwana ruhango moyo orikwera erizoba twakushaba omoyo rikwera shumoije otwebembere nitumanyangu turi abana bawe haimukama otwebembere erizoba twakushaba omoyo rikwera shumoije otwebembere nitumanya turi abana bawe haimukama otwebembere iryaka ryawe haimukama twariburira etwetweta iryaka ryawe haimukama niaipetu etutweta erizoba kushaba
omoyo rikwera suma uise otwebembere nitumanya turi abana bawe aimukama otwebembere
erizoba
twakusaba omoyo rikwera shumoije otwebembere
nitumanya turi abana bawe aimukama otwebembere 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 aimukama otwebembere 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 aimukama otwebembere erizoba
twakusaba omoyo
rikwera shumoije otwebembere nitumanya turi abana bawe haimukama otwebembere erizoba twakushaba omoyo rikwera shumoije otwebembere nitumanya turi abana bawe haimukama otwebembere. Now let us pray. There is one prayer that does not differentiate who is who, because after all we are one in the kingdom of heaven. There is no religion in the kingdom of heaven. We are all one. We are created all in His image. And the religion came to divide us. This one is this, this is no. We are all His children. There is no Islam in heaven. There is no Catholicism in heaven. It is not there. Then what religion is God? Man. Okay, we have to pray this prayer. We call it the Lord's Prayer. All of us know it. And we say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen. May the grace of our Savior Yeshua, and the love of our Father in heaven, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all and all of us forever and ever.